What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And that was it. And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout
Players, Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Well, the main thing is he's still in this match, but for how long? He's not in the leg. There's another one.
For 4-2 win. Darren Brown beats Ted Evetts by 4 legs to 2.
It's just incredible. Dart at tops. And a dart to win. No messing around on this occasion.
In 2 points clear of the top of the group. A sweet 16 points for Kurt Parry at the top of Group A. Hello, good morning, welcome along to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the MODUS Super Series. Today is the final day in Group A, and it's Kurt Parry who has a 2-point lead at the top of the table going in to the last day's proceedings. So watching all of the action today in the company of the asset Paul Nicholson. It's been such an intriguing week so far because you've had 2 players that have completed the card in Kurt Parry and Ted Evetts, but have actually played better on the days where they struggled than the days and they got success.
Nobody said darts was easy. Kurt played really, really well on Monday in flashes, and he was saying that with us last night. But the ability to score points is a different thing. Sometimes you're going to bulldoze someone, put in that ton plus average. It's going to be fairly simple. But there are going to be games where you're going to have to scrap and scrape, and talk to Collee about that yesterday. 3 4-3s in a row, and he had 6 points after 3 rounds. Now, if he'd played better, he may have won by larger margins. But the fact is, you've got to be able to scrape through a few games if you're going to get yourself to the top in Group A, and no difference this week.
Well, let's have a look then at the state of play in the table going into the final day's play. Kurt Parry has a 2-point lead from Collee overnight. Ted Evetts finds himself on 12. Let's talk about Kurt then. 16 points to his name. Now, we spoke to him in the studio at the end of yesterday's session. He was pleased with the points he got, but he was saying that he's needing to find this extra consistency of his game if he's going to take himself to the next level.
I think it's a common theme. There's a lot of players who really want to find the great consistency, and if they do, great things could be about to happen for them. But Kurt's played in many a group here over the last couple of years. He knows the ins and outs of how to get through to a Saturday. I don't think it's the consistency that he really needs to find at this stage. He's a very harsh critic on himself. I think what he needs to figure out is how to get to a Saturday again and then find the timing of that really flashy game that can get him the weekly title. But yeah, he's a harsh critic, and he's got another 5 games to try and get it done on Wednesday.
In terms of Ted Evetts, the good stuff was the best stuff. He had a 10 dart, he had a 170 finish, but was unable to finish matches off.
Timing again. He can play well in the middle of a match, but if you don't at the end, you're not going to win. It's as simple as that. That's what we're talking about when it comes to timing. You've got to put your best stuff in, your 170 finishes, your 10 darters, like you did yesterday, back-to-back in legs. Find that at the end of a match, and you'll be smiling. If you find it in the middle and get pipped 4-3, you won't be.
Well, let's have a look then at the odds and see what the bookmakers think about today's action. This is in terms of winning the group. Kurt Parry, 2-7 favourite. Is there any surprises in terms of the betting?
No, I don't think so. The Kurt Parry odds of 2-7 are so short with him having a 2-point cushion. It's because his leg difference is so swollen. He's on plus 22, 13 legs ahead of Collee in second. That's pretty much another 2 points on top. So for the likes of Evetts chasing and Collee chasing, they're going to need the person at the top in Kurt Parry to lose twice. And the games that they play against him, they're the big ones.
It's 18 plus. It's gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, into our first game of the session, and it sees David Wusi in action. Wusi looking to have a decent day today. It may well be good enough to give himself a chance at Group B on Thursday and Friday night. After a slow start, he's really beginning to build in his stride, and early on this morning, I caught up with him. David, is it fair to say it's been a little bit of a mixed bag for yourself this week?
Yeah, it's been a tough week this week. Good group of players, very good group of players, but yeah, found it tough Monday. Came into my own yesterday, potentially should have won a couple more, but that's darts. If you don't hit a double, you don't win games.
What specifically clicked into gear for yourself yesterday?
I just started to enjoy it a bit. I felt a bit of pressure on Monday. I don't know why, I don't normally. But yesterday was just a new day. I just thought, just go in there, clear head and just go for it.
Because of those wins yesterday, you found yourself on 8 points, 4 off of a Group B spot. Is it a case of another good day today and then maybe see what happens?
Yeah, I just push through, and if it's meant to be that I'm in Group B, I'll be in Group B. Worst case, I'm in Group C.
And Group C has been a happy hunting ground for you in recent times. So is it a case of, yes, of course you want to get into the night group, but wherever you end up, you'll feel confident about your chances?
Yeah, I feel confident every game I go in. You would, as a dart player, you have to feel confident, but it's just one of them things. I'm just going to plod one game at a time.
You're a busy man on the board, but you're a busy man off the board as well, aren't you, with the Youth Academy?
Yes, I had a FaceTime call with a couple of the kids yesterday from the academy, so yeah, it was good. It was good.
How nice is it to give something back to the sport?
It is. I'm coming towards the end. I feel like I've come late to the party. I'm 48 now, and I just want to give something back. There's nothing local for us for the children to play darts, so I'm just giving them an opportunity to play darts, really.
Well, this week is your opportunity, and we wish you all the very best. David, good luck.
Thank you.
He's a great player, but more importantly, he is a great guy as well. Is David Wusi gives a lot back to the game, as well as playing some good darts on the hockey. He takes on Darren Brown, making his debut here at the Live Lounge this week. The man from Norwich, who has previously played at the UK Open. As for Wusi, the 48-year-old from London, 4 times a weekly finalist. That coming from an accumulation of 7 appearances here. Up against Darren Brown, as you can see on his debut, the 42-year-old from Anglia. And he is looking to preserve a place in Group B. Both of these players looking to get into the night session, and toppled Ted Evetts, who currently occupies 3rd position in the group. It was a much better day for Wusi yesterday, 6 points to his name. But Monday saw him tied up in knots, and that man was in knots last night.
First leg,
when Binks was watching his beloved Colchester United get a point against Notts County, but it's the points that are on offer here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's David Wusi to get us underway on this Wednesday morning,
81.
and we're watching all of the action in the company of the former Players Champion, the asset Paul Nicholson.
45.
Much like every Wednesday that we have, Henry, the first game, we have to start looking at what it does for either player.
120.
A win for Wusi would take him to 10 points alongside Darren Brown.
140.
But if Brown wins, he gets to 12 with Ted Evetts and 4 points adrift of the top spot.
100.
And if there is a 4-point gap between Darren and Ted to Wusi, it's starting already to look like Group C for David come tomorrow and on Friday.
It was a better day yesterday, slightly better day. His doubling exactly the same as yesterday. 17 out of 48, 35%. He's 35% on his doubles on Monday. His average went up ever so slightly from 81.74 to 82.36, but it was the wins column which was the biggest difference from day 1 to day 2, winning 3 out of 5 matches, including this contest, by 4 legs to 1 on the penultimate match of Tuesday. And he's left himself on tops to take the opening leg here on throw against Darren, but it's going to be under pressure. Good setup there from the man from Norwich, leaving himself on 32. If there's a miss here, but there's not a miss.
David
from Wusi as he takes the opening leg of the day.
Second leg is Darren to throw first. Game on.
It is very simple for me to sit here and say that David needs more legs like that today because that 16 darter
180.
averages nearly 94. As Darren gives us our first 180 of the day, closely followed by the second.
180.
But here's the thing. I was pressing pause there.
140.
4 perfect darts, but 5 out of 6 will do. They're both teasing us. There's no difference between a 16 darter and an 18 darter. Both of these guys are averaging around 18 darts per leg
100.
this week. If you get 16s, your average will improve. However, your visits don't.
81. Darren Nero Quiet, 81.
Well, this is a potential 4-visit leg. And he's going to have to go here 12 ball because Wazuski's on 140. But he cannot find the ball. And so Wusi, who yesterday found no less than 4 ton plus checkouts, is not going to find his first here to get the breaker throw. And so
60.
Brown will come back for 37 to square up
37.
at 1 apiece.
Doesn't flinch.
29.
But he might
David
find
Quiet,
himself
80.
2-0 down now. This is one of those moments for a 5-visit leg to get a break of throw. These are the moments you have to win.
60. Darren Nero Quiet, 8.
So an opportunity here for Darren Brown to level up if he can find double 4. Now down for 2s.
Game shot
And
the
it
second
goes, and we
leg.
have a level
Darren
match,
Brown.
1 apiece.
So like it's David to throw first. Game on.
I don't know about you, but looking at Darren over the course of the last couple of days, he looks a lot more comfortable today than even yesterday, where
140.
he looks more comfortable than Monday. In a series where people are winning on a Saturday night
96.
for the very first time, is there any reason why Darren can't win this week? I don't see it.
100.
And we've already seen a ADC qualifier in Sam Spivey already pick up a Saturday night title in Series 10.
139.
And Darren isn't the normal ADC qualifier. He's got a bit about him. He's got a previous CV. He's not a complete unknown quantity. We just haven't seen
68.
him at the top level for a number of years now.
But there's a lot of players like him. I'm not just talking around England. They're everywhere.
134.
But getting the opportunities, that in itself, it is a challenge. This
45.
almost
Darren Nero
underbelly
132.
of dart players worldwide. That's what we're trying to uncover. Bull. Oh,
Game
beautiful
shot
deflection.
the third leg.
Give that man a glass.
Darren Brown.
Because I've just heard a champagne cork popped.
Fourth leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
Just careful giving Darren Brown a glass because he broke one, didn't he, on Monday?
Yeah, good point.
100.
Not on purpose. That really was a good deflection, though, wasn't it? Using the marker to its full degree.
180.
This is a great first game of the day. They're both on course to have their best game of the week.
96.
Both players averaging 98 into the 4th leg of this contest.
41.
Well, David definitely got the memo this morning, didn't he? His shade of blue on his shirt. That's very Portsmouth, isn't it?
92.
I thought you'd have a bit more to say about that than what you just have, Henry.
76.
Well, there's a bit more action than when Portsmouth played Norwich last time because it was a drab 0-0 draw at Fratton Park. It's the only 0-0, it's one of 2 0-0 draws
134.
I've covered this season. And I know that because I always put a sad face
81.
on my notepad
Remember,
whenever I
quite
cover a
79.
0-0.
Where's my violin? Double 11. He might not be back.
71. David Rick 120.
Because like Henry mentioned, David's got the most ton plus checkouts this week. He's not going to add to his tally.
Darren require
And with
8.
Ted Evetts, he's got 5 of them.
Game shot on the
But
full there.
that is a 3-1 lead for
Brown.
Darren. He's maintaining
Fifth leg,
what
it's
could be
David
his
to throw
best performance on the
first.
stage
Game
of the week. He's just dropped off a tiny bit in the scoring stakes. And Darren is maintaining an
100.
excellent level here.
And this would be a defeat that for David would pretty much consign him to Group C on Thursday and Friday afternoon. It'd be pretty much, you'd feel like a
134.
straight race between Evetts and Brown. And depending if Collee has a bit of a wobble, he could be dragged back into it. Reese takes on
60.
Ted in the second match of the morning session before Kurt Parry gets underway, top of the table on 16 points against Stylianou.
28.
I heard you say that. That didn't fly past me. If Collee has a wobble.
98.
I like the switch.
99.
You don't want to be leaving that 9 at the end of the score. You want to have a number like 240 instead of 239, because if you stay straight, you'll feel more confident
100.
on a 140 checkout than 139. This gives you a chance of leaving a 2-darter.
60. David of 143.
However, he can't do that. He can't leave a finish of any kind. Solid. That's exactly what that was. Solid. Leaves the 2-darter after 5 visits. And now
140.
he must
David
not
of
miss.
150.
Last chance
He's
saloon,
on
and
the
he
fifth
takes
there.
the opportunity
Wusi.
perfectly. A clean kill on the 50. Brings it back to 3-2. Darren Brown
Sixth
with
leg,
the
it's
darts
Darren to
here
throw first.
in the 6th
Game.
leg to get the job done, to move himself onto 12 points and to push David Wazuski afield out of this Group B equation.
46.
I like the font on Wazzy's shirt that says Swanley, which I'm assuming is the place in Kent.
125.
And the Wazzy's on fire. And the word Olympians. It's almost a medieval font. It should say, David
44.
Wazuski, therefore cordially invited to go to Portsmouth to play henceforth at the MODUS Super Series.
60.
That kind of font just screams 15th, 16th century.
$27.
Actually, where he lives is not that far
81.
from a place called Hever Castle, which was the place where Anne Boleyn grew up, one of the famous wives of Henry VIII. Beautiful place. It has a moat around the castle.
100.
What eventually happened to that wife of Henry VIII?
$40.
Well, it was either divorced, beheaded, or died. One of them survived.
98.
Well, Wazuski here is keeping himself in the contest. He had a similar match
58.
like this against Ted Evetts yesterday, where he was hanging on the coattails of his opponent, found himself 3-1 behind, but was managing to just hang around the periphery, and then when he was given an opportunity,
42.
taking
David
them.
require 137.
137 to take us all the way. Tops. He took this finish out that way yesterday, but
117.
unable to get on this
144.
occasion.
And Darren's looking for the second 144 of the week. Ted got one on Monday, but this time he can't double dip in the treble 18.
92. David required 20.
So double 10 to take us all the way in the opening match of the session.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
3-3 it is.
David Wazuski.
A high quality contest to
7th
kick
and
off the
final
session,
leg is
and it
David to
gets
throw
its
first.
fitting crescendo.
Game on.
Zuski has the darts. He trailed 3-1 in this contest, but now has the darts in his hand to get over the line.
39.
Question, Henry. The top three, who do they want to win? My opinion is they want Wusi to win.
180.
Agreed. I think Ted Evetts is in a position where he's glancing back and forth all the time. He may still feel like there's an opportunity to potentially win the group, but he's also lurking precariously over his shoulder.
100.
This is good from Darren. This is a fully fledged last leg attack.
100.
Brown's taken the darts, and he has 6 on 2-2-1 to get over the line. What a last leg this has been. Leaves himself with a 2-darter after just 9 darts.
When you're able to do this in a last leg decider, first thing in the morning, that tells me something.
94.
He's had an
Number
exceptional
81.
attitude all week. And now he just needs 81 to start with a win today on double 13.
55.
Clips the wire.
David
But what it has done
128.
is present an opportunity for Dave Zuski to seal another comeback win. The bullseye.
103.
And that would have been some
Darren
steal from
required
Wusi.
26.
And so Brown is hoping that 13 from here isn't unlucky for him. 1 for double 6. And double 6 found straight down the middle, straight down the
Darren
pipe,
Brown.
and straight into the Rennet enclosure. A big win for Darren Brown. It puts him on to 12 points. It probably sends Dave Zuski now out the race for Group B. He's probably now going to concentrate on getting his game together for a stint in the afternoon session. These two have become good friends. They've all become good friends in the practice room this week. But it's Darren Brown that has beaten Dave Zuski by 4 legs to 3 in the opening game of the session. Coming up after the break, game 2, we'll see Collee looking to move level on points with Kurt Parry at the top, take on Ted Evetts, who can move on to 14 with a win. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. First game down on this Wednesday morning, and before the break, Darren Brown got the better of Dave Wusi by 4 legs to 3. Match number 2 of the session sees Collee and Ted Evetts go head-to-head. For Ted, he won all 5 games on Monday, but Tuesday did not go to plan. He picked up just a solitary win up against Collee, who was within a match of completing the card, lost 4-2 to Parry in the last, and it means he's got a 2-point deficit from the Welshman going into today's action. As for Ted, I had a little bit of a chat with him after the session yesterday, and it was very much glass half full about things. Of course, there was an aching disappointment about the way things went, but he knows there's enough in his game to know that there's a good level there. But of course, there's an aching disappointment about the way the results went. But when you play the 4 week, you do have a bit of a double-edged sword approach. Of course, you want to win Group A, but if not, and you feel you're in decent nick, then you feel like the second group with more positions, more spots through, will be just a little bit more fortuitous for you.
I think the key to this game is who can start their day better. Without being too derogatory, because I don't want to be like that to these 2 fabulous young men. But Reece has not started well both days this week. He's going to have to start better here if he wants to get 2 points to try and catch Parry. He's averaging under 75 for his first game of the day
94
over the last couple of days. As for Ted, well, round 1 on Monday yielded a 4-1 win against Stylianou. Average of 85, 4 out of 11 on doubles. That's a decent start. But yesterday, he didn't get a leg
44
against Parry, but Kurt played really well. So I think off the bat, I'd have Ted as favourite because he's had better averages at this time of day.
140.
And he has got off the better of the 2. He's taken the Collee darts in this opening leg. He's looking at 104
41.
to open up a 1-0 lead in this match. And Collee's left himself on a bogey. So 6 from here for Super Ted to take the opener. Second dart just low, but he had to move across because he couldn't see much of the treble 18. The flight of dart 1 was in the way. Leads himself on 57 upon his return.
It's not the worst return, that. It's not what you want,
13.
but it could have been a lot worse,
57.
as proven by Reece's visit there.
Well, the last 6 darts has been a disaster for Collee, and so Ted Evetts has been given all the time and luxury he wants to take this first leg out, and he eventually will on double 10.
Ted Evetts.
Notice that Ted is flexing his right fingers a lot. Have you noticed that? He has had some grip issues this week. The thing about darts is it is repetitive strain.
81.
This is what people are starting to learn about this sport. It's taking decades for people to realize this. Is that when you're standing in a darts position, when you're throwing a dart that is away from your body at an angle, it might look innocuous throwing something that's just over 20 grams in weight. But when you do it thousands of times,
100.
your body's going to say, why am I feeling this way all of a sudden after 10 years of throwing darts?
100.
You've got to do, if you want to have a long career, and this is what Phil Taylor was incredible at, you've got to do restorative exercise.
100.
And that's basically, in yoga terms, it's called counteracting. So flexing your fingers to make sure that they are nice and loose.
41.
Getting some freedom in your joints. And in the case of always being indoors playing, the first thing you should do when you're finished is
100.
get outside. That's what Taylor used to do.
I know we spent the afternoon yesterday down the snooker club having a frame with his dad aid. Evetts looking at 120 to double up his lead. Looking at tops. Just below. It was a
100.
decent attempt, couldn't execute.
$60. Ted, you require 20.
That's another slow start to a day for Reece Collee. Evetts looking to punish by pinning his second double 10 of the match. Up for fives. Inside.
No score.
Oh, there's one word that
Require
comes through
122.
your mind when you do that. Yuck. At least he's coming back, though.
90. Ted, you require 20.
Well, he's missed 4 darts at a double so far in this game as Ted Evetts. And if he continues to miss, he may give Reece Collee an opportunity, which on balance of play he
Game's
wouldn't
on
have
the
deserved, but he's
second
not going to get it anyway.
Ted Evetts.
Evetts 2-0 up, used the ricochet on dart 1 quite nicely.
Such a lovely
Feel like it's
sound,
Reece to
isn't
throw
it?
First. Game on.
You hit the barrel, it nestles in the double 5. That is your quintessential pro shot.
135.
You've got so much open bed to aim at, but you don't aim at the bed. You aim at the marker. And this is a misconception to the uneducated in this sport.
60.
You look at double 5, for example, and a dart just on the outside of that double isn't always a marker. You have to
84.
understand your collisions to see if something is a marker. Now, for Ted, it was. For someone like Johnny Clayton, it wouldn't be.
$97.
In fact, I think for everybody in this group, a dart just on the outside of double
44.
5 would be a marker. It would be for Wusi, it would be for Brown, would be for Collee, would be for Evetts. Definitely for Parry. Stylianou, I'm 60-40 on that one. We need more evidence.
24.
Well, Collee just beginning to up the
60.
scoring power. Still nowhere near his sparkling best. But the missed starts on tennis, even though he won the previous leg, has seemingly dragged over
56.
and had an effect in this one. 12 darts thrown, still in the mid-200s. Collee looking to set up from here, and he's going to do a really good job of it. He's going to leave himself on top.
138.
Just about in the 18, but doesn't matter how, as long as you do.
Well, that's a result of what we were talking about this time yesterday. He launches himself at that third dart.
100. Reach
He
required.
doesn't need
40.
to. Okay. Double 14.
26.
There's not one
Ted
dart in
required
that visit he's happy with.
164.
In the slightest.
Everything about that was wild. This would be a wild finish. Well, he's had the big fish this week, but Evetts isn't going to find the 164 there. And so Collee's going to get 3 more. At
96.
double 7 to
Reach
half
required,
the gap.
40. Game show on the third leg.
That's more like it.
Reece Collee.
It's another slow start from Collee, like you mentioned, Henry. I don't think
Fourth leg, it's Ted to throw first.
he should be
Game
winning this game the way he's playing. But it's not the fastest start from Ted either. Maybe a sign of the pressure they're both under, both being in the top 3, and knowing that Kurt Parry plays
60.
Stylianou in game 3. Now, let's be frank. Kurt's going to win that game. He is. If he doesn't,
100.
I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I will wear something with the Baltimore Ravens on it if Kurt Parry
60.
loses that first match, because I just don't see it happening. I wasn't going to go Sunderland there. I'm not that silly.
43.
I thought you were going to threaten something worse, like a comeback for a second.
You got any lotion for that burn? You're just wait. I'm going to get you
57.
back for that today. Patience is a virtue.
32.
I think a lot of young players these days, when they're practicing on their own and they're doing 501, one of the benchmarks you can set yourself is to be
96.
under 301 after 9 darts. That's tantamount to 2 scores of 60 and a ton,
54.
or an 85. Now, both players here after 9 were north of 301, showing just how much of a slow start this is.
It's one of those games that whoever wins it are not going to be happy in the slightest of the
46.
way they played, but they will take the points, they'll run out of here, and they'll want to forget that this game even ever happened. But this is music to the ears of
55.
Kurt Parry, this.
It is. And the thing that gets my attention is that this is not new. This has happened the last couple of days. In order to move on
104.
and to improve, first, you have to recognize the issue. You know, that's what they say with addiction. You've got to actually
60.
recognize that you have it first.
Eddie requires 78.
If you're having slow starts, you've got to recognize that you're having them. And then you can figure out how to fix it.
$72. Race require 157.
Well, it's awkward if he comes back. Swap the word if for when.
93.
If only we could every single time.
6.
The basement dwelling double. It's like a red
James on the
crab at the
fourth
bottom
lane.
of the river.
Ted Evetts.
Well, Ted likes crab. He can stick it in a nice linguine.
Fifth leg, it's Reese to throw first. Game on.
He is muttering to himself right now. He's not happy with the performance, but 3-1 up, you'll take it.
81.
It's a far cry for the numbers he punched in yesterday. 94.29 was his average for the session.
93.
But there was a glaring blot on his sheet paper yesterday, and that was the doubles. Just 12 hits from 45 attempts. 26% Ted was on his doubles yesterday, and ultimately that was what cost him a number of points, particularly against Dave Wusi.
98.
Well, let's be frank again. Ted's averaging 75. He's 3 out of 11 on doubles, which isn't disastrous.
100.
It's not impressive, but it's a winning formula at this point in time. Now, if he wins with a 75 average, he will then compare himself to the game that he had yesterday where he lost with 100.
100.
The way things are going for Ted this week, he's going to have to get some sort of moisturizer for his head because he's scratching it so often.
Well, yesterday he lost with
81.
averages of 97.11, 100.77 and 92.94. But averages do not win your games. Getting the legs on the board do.
100.
And perhaps one of his worst performances of the week could yield a priceless 2 points, which just keeps him interested if there is a mishap from
100.
Kurt Parry as the day goes
Eddie
along.
require 110.
And this 110 is to get the job done.
Now he needs double 18. And the job is done.
Game shot and the match.
That look from
Ted
Ted Evetts and the reception of the look from Reese Collee tell you everything you need to know. They know it wasn't a great standard of game, but the best leg of the contest came at the very end. Because Evetts with a 15-darter, and he's doing the football thing by not showing us what he's saying. These kids, honestly. 4-1 victory for Evetts, and he's now on 14 points with Collee, and Parry now up against Stylianou, who has a chance of a 4-point cushion at the top.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, we saw Ted Evetts get the better of Reece Collee by 4-1 in our second match of the morning session. Game number 3 sees Victorious Stylianou take on Parry. Now, this is a meeting between the player at the top of the group and the player at the bottom of the group. Victorious looking for his first win here. The 27-year-old Trojan from Limassol in Cyprus. Looking to get up and running here on the live lounge stage. Up against Parry, for whom he's looking for a 5th finals night appearance come the end of play today. The 31-year-old from Ogmore Vale in Wales has been knocking on the door of Super Series success in recent times. He's looking to cross the line for the first time this week, but his first assignment is to ensure that his 2-point lead ahead of his first match of the session is restored, maintained come the end of the day's play. He's already had a favour from Ted Evetts, although he does get a bit closer to him, but he has stopped Reece Collee from moving level on points with Kurt going into this opening match of the day.
30.
The biggest thing in this game is that now Kurt knows that if he keeps winning in the early games of the day by doing things like that, this could be done before he even has to play Collee or Evetts. They are his last 2 games. So if Parry beats Stylianou and Wusi and Brown by the end of game 7, he may have done enough to win Group A by then. He might not even have to worry about the chasing pack.
60.
And I mean this with the greatest of respect in the world to Victorious, because he's a really nice guy and you can tell he's trying his absolute best. But for Kurt, this is the ideal opener, and if he can win this comfortably and play decently in this, he'll have the ultimate confidence boost going into the rest of the day.
26. Got your record 98.
That's worked out pretty well. And he's been starting very well this week.
60.
Won both of his first games of the day.
Game shot on the first leg.
And he started with a 13-dart break. As you were, Mr. Parry.
Starting as he means to go on. Parry leading a leg to 0. He's got the breaker throw in hand right at the very beginning of this contest.
When he spoke to us yesterday afternoon, we, from our point of view, said that playing Victorious was probably the best opponent for him to start with.
140.
He didn't see it that way. He saw it from a different angle. He said he's going to be under no pressure. He's going to have 2 days in the bank. He's going to be more comfortable. He might be dangerous. That's either a very respectful statement, or he thinks about the game in a slightly different way,
60.
which is good, because it means he's not thinking he's going to coast to the finish line. He's going to be switched on to the very end.
55.
We said this in this fixture over the course of the last couple of days. Parry will feel like he just needs to run his own race, do his own thing. As long as he gets his controllables in hand, he should be able to seal this win, and with the greatest of respect, seal it comfortably. And he's left himself 112 after 12, plodding along nicely. Victorious plodding in the background.
41. Got your require 100.
There's another point to make in leg 3 as well. It might be about to happen.
80.
It's not another 15-darter on the stage after we saw Ted Evetts get one at the end of the last game.
74. Got your require 32. Game shot the second.
But it is a 16-darter. That leg difference that we spoke about at the top of the show, Henry.
Leg Victorious to throw first. Game on.
It's actually better now than it was at the start for Kurt. Because with Collee actually going backwards, Evetts admittedly
97.
getting a little bit closer. If he gets the ideal result here, he might as well be 6 points ahead. Not 4.
85.
Let's say if he does win 4-0, he's going to be 16 legs ahead. The maximum swing is 8. He'd be double that amount.
And effectively, you're forcing
41.
Ted and Reese to beat Ektoris 4-0.
And others. And maybe forcing
140.
someone to beat Parry before they play him, and then they would have to beat Parry 4-0. This is getting very tough for the chasing
60.
commodities like Collee and Evetts. This is a tough, tough ask.
May well be a day where we're looking behind ourselves in the table rather than the top
100.
of it before too long. Parry here is averaging 104.76 at this present moment in time.
57.
You do look at Kurt sometimes and you think, he steps out of bed, puts his slippers on, he could probably average 105 when he's having his morning coffee.
95.
But this guy works hard. I used to practice with him on the Pro Tour when he was there.
58.
We'd get there 9 o'clock on the dot.
81.
He'd be on the board for an hour flat. And he'd be sharp come 12 o'clock.
69.
He's been flat out brilliant so far, but he has clipped a couple of darts at double to open up a 3-0 lead in this game. Ektoris
45.
unable to
It
leave
requires
himself
12.
anything more than 1-4-3. Double free. Trapdoor.
9.
Now
Torres
things
require
get awkward.
143.
Treble 17. I think we were all thinking, go on.
82.
Get it hit.
Okay, you require 3.
But he lost his rhythm on dart too.
Game shot on the third leg.
2 good darts.
Go, Parry.
And the bad one, on a 3 checkout, you want that to be the second one. That's for sure.
Fourth leg, it's Kurt to throw
A
first.
3 checkout for 3-0. Slightly poetic, you could say.
And now has the darts to seal a 4-0 win to kick off his session for Ektoris.
60.
Far from ideal start for him. Parry limbering up in the
100.
background.
Did you not know that he got the Andy Bolton warm-up video for Christmas? Someone's got to do it because Andy's not coming back for the next couple of years. Andy's doing one of those counteracting exercises, which is
59.
spinal rotation. When you're standing like this for hours and hours and hours, your lower spine is going to take the brunt of the weight.
55.
So you've got to make sure that your spine is supple, so you're comfortable when you throw. It's really important for your longevity.
83.
As a dart player, if you can take 10 minutes out of your day, which every dart player's got, just to make sure that
58.
those exercises are done, to make sure that you're ready and you can recover properly, it can make all the difference.
59.
So Parry 188 to get the job done. No messing about. Max to leave double 4.
180.
Averaging in excess of 92. And on the cusp of a 4-0 win, which will put him on to 18 points. He'll put him full clear, but because of his
29.
legs
Got your
difference, he's
require 8.
effectively got a bonus point from there as well.
Game
2 4s
shot
for
and
the match. And Kurt Parry
Parry.
is moving ever so closer towards Group A glory. He's established a 4-point gap at the top of the table after a 4-0 win against Ektoris Stylianou. Darren Brown and Reese Collee's next.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side.
60.
To become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't
He
get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. The first round's worth of action here at the Live Lounge has come to a close. And before the break, we saw Parry get the better of victorious Stylianou by 4 legs to 0, average in excess of 91, 4 from 11 when it came to his doubling. And that means he's now 4 points clear at the top of this Group A table. Ahead of our fourth clash of the session, which sees Collee needing to get back on the board. And if he doesn't win this game, he is in heaps of trouble, because he's going to be lurking over his shoulder, and there would be 3 players tied on
First
14
leg,
points
it's Darren
at the
to
top
throw
of the table.
first. Game on.
And Ted Evetts does take on Evetts in this round. For Darren, you felt he needed to
55.
get off to a quick start. A good start he got off to against Dave Wusi, just about winning 4-3. If he can win this one, he's very much in play for tomorrow night.
43.
Even with 3 games only gone, I can see Parry winning this group now and 3 players battling it out
23.
for Group B. The thing that emphasises that is that
97.
Brown's had a good start, like you mentioned. He's the one in the attacking position. He's not defending.
140.
He wins, he goes to 14 points with Evetts and Collee.
40.
But isn't it good sometimes to see people of this standard battling it out
139.
for Group C and B? One of them, we're going to have one great player, and I mean really good,
60.
going to Group C.
140.
A bit like Tommy Morris from a couple of weeks back. He just can't comprehend he had to go to Group C. He played really well.
$88.
And let's face it, Group C has been quite profitable for the winners of Saturday nights over the last few months.
Well, the first 3 winners
78.
came
Darren Evercorn, 56.
from Group C. The winners of Group C. Is Dan Brown going to win the first leg? Yes, he is.
James
And
on the
double
first
18
leg.
used the
Darren
first dart as a
Brown.
perfect guide, nestled it in off the barrel, and Brown finds himself one up.
Second leg, it's Reese to throw first. Game on.
And in fact, so far in this series, nobody has played the full
85.
week and won a week yet. Alex Small came straight into Group C. Jensen Walker came straight into Group C. Sam Spivey came straight into Group C. And Shane McGurk started from Group B last week. So Group A has not just been a curse for the win, it's been a curse for the lot.
99.
Curses are meant to be broken. Just like the World Series in baseball 21 years ago when the Red Sox finally broke the curse of the Bambino.
59.
That took over 80 years, though.
100.
Used to be a curse in darts. The curse of Ross Smith. He got a 9-darter in Gibraltar, and there wasn't another one on the European Tour for over 5 years.
98.
More people saw the second than the first, let's put it that way.
139.
Collee leads himself on 78 after 12 to level this match up at 1 apiece. It was a slow start to the day for Reese. Only averaged 71 in a 4-1 defeat to Ted Evetts to kick off the session, but he's looking to get himself back on terms here. And back on terms he is by pinning double 12, 1 apiece.
Reese Collee.
I'm starting to think that Reese Collee is sending in a ghost to play round 1, and he turns up in round 2. This already is a lot sharper.
83.
Maybe he just needs a game to get everything moving.
92.
The mindset, the body, the arm, everything. So my advice to him is play a game in your head.
42.
A full best of 7 leg game on a practice board before you even play your first one. Get it out of your system.
60.
I gave this advice to Callan Rids years ago. He said, I'm sick of being 3-0 down in games. I'm always getting a slow start.
96.
He just called me up one day and asked for a bit of advice. And I said, well, it's easy. Going into the World Youth Championship, which was, I think, a week later, I said, visualise that you're 3-0 down at the start.
140.
He smashed Luke Humphreys in that tournament. And absolutely smashed him. And that kind of advice is really good for people who have slow starts.
Nothing slow about that. Nothing bad about that at all.
That was one of the best maximums I've ever seen in this place.
123. Darren never quite.
Darren's playing well today. Average in excess of 90 despite some missed doubles in his opening match. Average of 92 here. But despite
40,
all that,
could
could find himself 2-1 down if Collee can get this 86. He's going to get a poke at the ball.
61.
He's not going to get it on this occasion.
Darren
Brown's going to get
60.
2 at tops to lead 2-1.
Can't find it. A freebie for Collee.
25.
He's looking at double 4.
Game show on the third leg.
An authoritative
Reese
double
Collee.
2 gives him a 2-1 lead and a break of throw now.
Full flag, it's Reese to throw first. Game on.
Well, you can imagine if Collee does go to 16 points with a win here. A 4-point cushion between himself
45.
and 4th place Darren Brown with 3 matches to go. Then Darren's target man is Evetts. But like you
119.
mentioned, Henry, he's playing Stylianou in game number 6. That's a likely win for Ted.
95.
So many permutations and getting into Group B. But if Darren, from the 4th position at the start, doesn't win
82.
and keep winning, he's the one who could be the one coming back tomorrow afternoon.
For Group C, which gets underway at 1 o'clock
95.
here on the dedicated Super Series channel here on Pluto TV. Carl Wilson, Ricky King and Dan
180.
Nichols enter the fray tomorrow afternoon. Darren Brown does not want to be here tomorrow afternoon.
70. Darren never quite. 120.
This one 20 to level up at 2 apiece. Had the 1-3-2 in his first match. Manages to find a treble there. Snuck into the corner, but he's got a lot in the way of that
80.
tops, and that is why the third dart drifts so far above the target.
That second dart was unbelievable.
40. Darren require 40.
Nothing in the way this time. And Colley's got every right to chastise himself here. Should have left something a little less than 156. 81 left.
132.
What do they say in North America? Good job. That's a great job.
Darren Brown.
And Reece Collee has effectively handed back the break to Darren Brown. Didn't really make an imprint at all on his darts in that previous leg. And level we are at 2-2. A big passage in play, not just in this match, but in terms of both players' Group A exploits.
I just wonder as well if Darren is a bit more battle-hardened at this stage of the day. He came through that really good battle with Wusi in game 1 by 4 legs to 3. And if anybody can epitomise
96.
the workman-like attitude that you need to get tight wins at the start of a campaign, Reece Colley's your man, because he did it yesterday 3 times in a row.
180.
There's one thing about Reece Collee that you can
43.
never criticise, and that is his underlying will to win no matter what the scenario. He will always fight for every single inch he can get.
77.
He's dogged. If he's a footballer, he'd be a holding midfielder. The kind of person you can rely on.
140.
Here we go.
130.
He's definitely starting to warm up here. You don't win what he's won without having quality at good times.
125. Reach required 56.
To break back, to move 3-2 up. It's double 10.
Game shown
In
the
it
fifth
goes.
leg.
Collee 3-2
Reece
up.
Collee.
And it's Reece who has the darts to win the match here and to
Sick flag.
give themselves a daylight from Darren.
Game on.
And to put him back to within a couple of points of Kurt Parry. And then from there, he has to hope that Dave Wusi does him a
44.
massive favour.
Yeah, you don't want to be asking for favours.
140.
But Darren sticking in. His 7 darts and a double in this contest.
95. $83.
Well, a pattern beginning to emerge that
60.
the player throwing second is getting considerably more joy over the last few legs. Brown taking the darts off Collee. We've seen 3 consecutive breaks in this game. And it may well be a case of there being 4 in a row to take us all the way to a last leg decider.
74. Darren over 144.
6 and 144 to win leg 6 for Darren Brown.
60.
Sounds easy, doesn't it? It isn't. When you're playing really well at the top of your game, taking 144 in 6.
140.
It feels easy.
Darren over quite 84.
But when somebody puts pressure on a shot like this, it feels anything but easy.
59.
And he has a chance to win for Collee.
88.
And he may well end up on that target. In fact, he's going to get 2 at double 14. Tried to
60.
glance it off the barrel, but it
required
went the other
25.
side. And so Brown 2 in 4, so last leg decider. Look at a double 8. He's
No
bust the score. He's
score.
drifted high into the
Richard
double 11.
McGuire.
So Collee's going to get 3 more to win it here.
28.
That's unexpected. Collee was ready to go the distance. He might not have to.
It's double 7.
14.
But more match darts are come
Darren
and
required
gone for Reece
25.
Collee. And Darren Brown will return for 25 to take us the distance. He's already bust this shot. But how many
Game
times
on
does
the
it happen that
sixth
when a player originally
Darren
busts
Brown.
particular finish. They take it out next time if they get it next time.
7th and final leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, we've seen people bust scores, rather large ones as well, and then return to hit the shot. But you know the funniest ones? When someone busts the
84.
score and then busts it again. I'm not sure anybody's ever going to do the 130 twice trick like Phil Taylor did once.
100.
Treble 20, treble 20, hit double 12. Then he did it the very same way the next visit. And everybody in the world of darts was in a spin when they were watching that.
And it was pretty much identical, wasn't it? Both the double 12s. That was against Aidan Kirk, who I'm sure we're going to see here at the Super Series before too long. Just about missed out on his quest to get a tour card at the beginning of 2025.
180.
On the subject of tour cards, it's the tour card holder qualifier for the European Tour. Events 3 and 4 today.
135.
Well, if you get through to Risa, through qualifier number 3, you might get yourself a game with Peter Krivka
59.
from the Czech Republic. And if you do, take a chair.
39. Darren require 100.
That'll become apparent in time.
Now, Brown's not going to take out 140 to win the match.
40.
But Reece Collee has
Reece
got to
require
finish a little bit
130.
easier because he only needs one treble here from the first 2 to guarantee a dart at the bull. But drifting wide into the 5 means the chance of that finish has gone a begging.
34.
There's been a few times
require
where
100.
when it's come to that scenario, Colley's made a little bit of a mess. And so Brown, a ton for the match. But he cannot
80.
find tops or tens.
Reece require 96.
Reese has had 5 for the match in the previous leg. Darren's now had 2 in this leg. It might be game over after all.
78.
For more opportunities are gone a
Darren
begging.
required
7
20.
darts for the match have come and gone for Reece Collee. And so Darren Brown to eventually win it finds double 10. Well, for Reece
Darren
Collee,
Brown.
this has been a disastrous start to Wednesday. 2 games played, 2 games lost, a shake of the head for the man from Dudley. But for Darren Brown, well, the start to today couldn't get any better. A couple of 4-3 wins puts him onto 14 points, and there's 3 players on that mark. Coming up after the break, Kurt Parry can stretch his lead to 6 points if he can get the better of David Wusi. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Darren Brown got the better of Reece Collee by 4 legs to 3. That was game 4 of our session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Game 5 sees Kurt Parry and David Wusi take to the stage, and for Kurt, an opportunity to establish a 6-point gap at the top of the table following that defeat for the man from Dudley. And you'd feel like from that point onwards, because of his imperious legs difference over everybody else in the group, it pretty much should be job done from this point onwards. And he has been the player of the group, hasn't he, Kurt Parry, so far? If you actually break down the 2 days, I know Ted has had his exceptional moments, but if you
First leg,
put
it's Kurt to throw
everything
first.
together,
Game on.
Kurt has been the man, hasn't he?
I don't think that can be disputed.
45.
But don't take your foot off the gas at all. Get the job done,
100.
and then you can have some fun in your last couple of games against the people who are trying to catch you.
100.
Game 2 of the day, dart shirt 2 of the day for Wusi. He does like to change his shirt now and again.
100.
Nothing wrong with having a little bit of a Super Series fashion show. David is wearing a Darts GB shirt in the style of Great Britain. If he turns around and gives us a pout at the camera,
100.
he was wearing an earpiece all along.
Which is dangerous after some of the things we
56.
say in the commentary box. But it's David's got off to the better start of the pair here.
It actually looks like a darts shirt that
100.
if GB had a darts team at the Olympics, this would be the darts GB shirt.
Don't open up that Olympic
60.
Games worm,
David
will you?
require
Shouldn't be there.
101.
End of story.
101 for David to take out the first leg. Decided to go bullseye first of his opponent not on a finish.
53.
He will return for 48 to get the break from the get-go. Played well in his first match against Darren Brown. Was edged out 4-3.
38. David required 48.
And has got off to the more positive start of the pair in this particular match.
Game shown the
Clinical.
first leg. David Wusi.
And those types of breakdowns really have worked for David. Those types of pop combos have
Second leg is
tended to have
David
gone
to
a
throw
little bit
first.
more over the last
Game
couple of days.
Would you have darts in the Olympics?
No.
Tell me why.
Because for me,
81.
a sport should only be in the Olympics if the biggest title that a sports person can win in their career is at the Olympic Games.
60.
It should be the pinnacle of the sport.
So by that token, you don't believe that golf should be in the Olympics?
No golf, no tennis,
45.
no football. Rugby sevens, I think probably is the biggest event, so I can give them that.
59.
I have to agree.
Imagine what squash would give to be in the Olympics. That would be the
60.
biggest event in squash, so squash should be given a go.
Yeah, you can be world champion and Olympic champion at athletics, say track and field events. But being an Olympic
60.
champion carries a bit of extra weight, doesn't it? Just ask someone like Mo Farah or Kelly Holmes, someone like that. And speak about the people who aren't Olympic champion but
41.
are world champion. They'll think, I haven't had the biggest one. But if you're world darts champion, being Olympic champion, is that bigger?
95.
I don't think so. I mean, Justin Rose winning the Olympic golf in Rio, huge for him, but he won the US Open in 2013.
121.
I think his US Open win was bigger. Try and ask Xander Schauffele if he wants to
42.
exchange his
David
gold medal for another
153.
couple of majors. I bet he would.
Well, Wusi's not going to get the gold medal in this group, but he's got off to a golden start in this game.
100.
He's taken advantage of what has to be said has been an off-colour Kurt Parry so far in this contest. But maybe he's just beginning to awaken. That was a bit dead
180.
cat
David
from
required
Kurt.
53.
17 leaves double 18. 2-0
Game shown the
Wusi. Turned out to
second
be
leg.
dead cat from
David
Kurt.
Wusi.
Makes you laugh, doesn't it? Hitting a 180 to leave 5. But it might be the score that gets him going.
It's like the Roy Keane adage, isn't it? I might run into somebody just to make me feel better.
45.
Did you ever play football?
Terrible goalkeeper.
Let me get this straight. You were a goalie.
Yes.
Was this a choice or were you forced to do it?
Well, I couldn't play any other position, so...
96.
They decided to give you the opportunity to be a goalkeeper when you've got the smallest hands of any male adult I've ever met.
60.
That makes no sense. Right, now we're even. Now, if you're going to have a goalie, have someone like
60.
Kurt. Tall, rangy. Someone like Joe Hart, you know?
Someone's
60.
been spending time with Connor
Don't you require
Scott.
160.
160 for Parry. To bring it back to 2-1. He's not going to take it out on this occasion, but he did have 6 starts from that point to do exactly
100.
that.
$95. Don't you require
This is
60.
not an easy finish for Kurt. And that's
40.
why.
Don't you require 101.
Okay. Oh, he went for the 1 bull?
69. Don't you require 20.
Well, there's the risk. Does Parry get away with one? He does.
James on the third leg.
I didn't
Kurt
think
Parry.
we'd see 48-year-old David Rzuski going for bull 1 bull.
Fourth leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Of all the players that would try a trick like that, I didn't have David in that
180.
particular mould, but he's hit a max to kick off leg 4.
Maybe he's just trying to show Reece Collee how it's done after his bull 11 bull
140.
on Monday.
Well, they are sharing a house, so maybe they've been discussing that particular point. They actually came in at the same time this
125.
morning, both sharing the same breakfast as well.
Why can they not afford their own?
100.
Well, they had one bit of something from a very popular chain where you can get food from.
Don't skirt around the issue. Are you saying that they both got the same thing?
22.
Yes.
So they didn't technically share breakfast?
No.
They had the same breakfast, but their own portion.
44.
Okay, now we've got to the bottom of that one. Thanks, Colombo.
Anyway, this is like a Belinda Carlisle track this week, isn't it? They dream the same dream and they want the same thing. They want glory
84.
on Saturday night. And they would find themselves in a darting Kevin. And they'd find themselves with a place amongst the earth's
David
best here at
required
the Super
90.
Series if they can get to Champions Week. 90 for Wazuski to re-establish the 2-leg gap.
72.
I just
Don't
don't get that shot.
77.
He's got the bull, but he hasn't got the bull.
47. David require 18.
Wazuski is 3-1 up.
David Wazuski.
Got to be honest, I didn't see this coming, but over the last couple of days,
Fifth leg, it's Kurt
Wazzy
to throw
has been
first.
dangerous.
Game on.
It's almost as if, because he lost his first game, he's just playing with a little bit more freedom. He's playing with a little bit more license, which is maybe why we're seeing a few of the more exhibition-type shots. But what can't be denied is the level that he's
100.
playing at. Monday, there was a struggle, and I don't think we can deny that. But yesterday was a marked improvement. In fact, you can make a
85.
case and argument, despite the fact he lost his first match, that he's beginning to find something perhaps just a little bit better on Wednesday.
Do you know what, Henry? You make a really
85.
salient point because dart players are like the boomtown rats. They don't like Mondays. You might think I'm crazy
100.
for saying that, but most dart players don't like Mondays. part-time players, they play tournament the weekend, they have to go back to work on a Monday.
120.
Pros play weekend events, and Monday is the day off where everything comes down a bit. It's not a nice experience.
136.
Dart players don't like Mondays.
Sure, Chris Dobie would argue that point this week, mind.
Well, one thing's for sure.
26.
Ryan Searle likes
31,
Februaries.
Game shot
And
of
Kurt
fifth
Parry
leg.
adores that
Kurt
dart
Parry.
because this game is still alive. Not his first 13 darter of the day.
Sixth leg is
Yeah, Ryan
David
Searle
to
with his
first.
6th
Game.
Pro Tour title yesterday with a 8-3 win against Cameron Menzies in Players Championship 4, which means he's now
81.
won a PDT ranking title in each of the last 5 years.
85.
Do you remember who he beat in his first final? MVG. And he's won
100.
every year since that. His challenge, again, is to win again.
140.
And Kurt, in the same sort of way, now that he's won leg number 5, has to win again, and then again. And if he does, he will win the game again.
140.
But Wazowski on throw is having a strong enough leg. He's around finishing range after 9. He's forcing Parry here to hit and hit big.
83.
Only the one power treble there means that David has 6 darts from this point to win the match.
100.
He is very threatening in a darting sense.
140.
Finally
David require
poised.
80.
Is it the end? Or is it the start of a last leg shootout?
One dart at tops
60.
has been missed
you
to win
require
this
53.
game for David. And so Kurt Parry tops to take us all the way for the 3rd time in 5 matches today.
First time I've seen him pause on a shot like this. It
Game
works a
shot of
treat.
sixth leg. Kurt Parry.
And the closer this game
Seventh
is,
and final leg. It's
the
Kurt
worse
to
it is for the
first.
chasing pack, because that leg difference, it jumps off
Game
the
on.
page. If he wins this leg, Kurt Parry, with the darts, his positive leg difference is going to be plus 27, 17 legs ahead of Ted Evetts, who has Stylianou next.
140.
And if Kurt can carry on in this particular vein, then we'll be looking at record territory in
60.
terms of legs difference in a Group A campaign, which in this group is plus 36. It's been done 3 times.
100.
Luke Littler, David Evans, and Christian Kiss all getting on that mark.
Give me those names again.
100.
Luke Littler, David Evans, Christian Kist.
The more you say it, the better it
60.
sounds for David Evans. He's in the company of world champions.
And one thing we know about Dave is
60.
he won't talk too much about it.
$100.
Parry leads himself on 101 to get this match completed, to
100.
move himself onto 20
require
points and to put
101.
himself pretty much on the hill. It wouldn't be job done, but it'd be as good as double 16 to round it off in style.
69.
Not this time, but he has got time.
Yes, he has. I think he's been a bit stronger on tops than double 16 this week.
43. Kurt,
But
you
in
require
order
32.
to be successful, you've got to hit everything you go for at some point.
It's 2 16s, 2 8s.
No
He's
score.
done what Darren Brown did in the
David, you
previous match,
require
bust that double by
138.
hitting double 11. He's given Wazowski here an outside chance. It would have been the best 138 we've ever seen to
98.
win a match.
Kurt, you require 32.
Last chance.
16.
6 darts for the match, and the emotion from
David, you
Parry.
require 40.
He cannot believe he might have let this slip.
Tots of Wusi
Game
to win a
shot and
match
the
which
match.
Kurt Parry had
David
in the
Wusi.
palm of his hands. And that means that he will be loitering over his shoulder when Ted Evetts takes on Stylianou in the next game. But for David Wusi, 2 points which puts him on to 10. He's 4 points behind the mix. It's about getting himself into form ahead of tomorrow. It's Evetts, Stylianou on the other side of this short break.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Game
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
shot and the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, David Wusi got the better of Kurt Parry in a last leg decider for 3 of the first 5 games we've seen. 3 of them have gone the distance. Next up, Ted Evetts takes on Stylianou. Now, Ted wasn't exactly sparkling in his opening performance against Collee. It was a edgy opening fixture for the pair, but it was Ted that was able to secure a 4-1 victory in that match. Whereas for Stylianou, he was unable to really trouble the scoring in his contest against Kurt Parry. Kurt played well, averaging in excess of 90, but Victorious was not really able to cause him any problems. And so it's Evetts
Game on.
to get us underway. A victory here because of that defeat before the break for Kurt Parry would put him back to within 2 points. But you feel like it's not... The question is to whether Ted Evetts will win.
100.
The question is, can he win this game big enough to make Kurt Parry think at the top of the table, because not just has he got a cushion in terms of points, he's got a cushion in terms of legs difference as well.
Ted's job over the next 3 games is to make sure that he does everything he can
45.
to put himself in a position in game 13 against Parry where he can still win the group. It's that simple. And that does involve beating
60.
Ektorus to 0. He can only get closer with a big victory. If he can win 4-0, he'll get to plus 14 within
81.
11 legs. Now that is still very difficult. But it's a lot better than if this game goes tight.
60.
And I can understand what Kurt Parry meant in terms of pressure of playing Ektorus, because it's a different one compared probably to playing most other players. And again, trying to say this in the most
97.
respectful way about Ektorus, but there's going to be an expectation for players to beat him and probably beat him by a bit of a margin, a bit of a scoreline. And that heaps a different pressure on
60.
yourself, because you feel like even though you should win the game, psychologically you cannot win that game because the expectation of you is to do exactly that. And even if you do something special, again, it's just meant to be par for the course.
138.
Correct. It's like Man City beating Leyton Orient. It's expected. Doesn't mean it's easy.
85.
Just ask
Required
Jamie
40.
Donlan. Tops for Ted. 2 10s. And Ektorus is going to get a look at this 96
George
here.
Required 96.
Went for the wrong bed.
56.
That was never a treble 20 shot. That was a double shot.
Game shot.
And that's a beautiful double 5 for a 1-0 lead.
Second leg is Ektorus to throw first.
While we're in the early portion of this game, do you want to have a little bit of birthday, beautiful, darting name bingo?
I couldn't think of anything better. Hold on a second.
Whoa!
There can't be anything better than that for
180.
Stylianou.
Just wait. So, happy birthday to, first and foremost, Collee West. 57 today from the United States.
57.
Won many tournaments in North America. Good player. Young Lennox Sutherland. He's only young. What a name that is.
100.
Lennox Sutherland. Fabulous. Andy Neocleus. Great name, that.
140.
This is a good one for you. From the Netherlands, his birthday today, Jordi Martis. But it gets better.
41.
Florian Flickinger. These are all celebrating their birthday today. I am not making this up. Well, it is the anniversary of us actually losing a dart player on this day.
121.
Great Norwegian player, Helga Napskog. But if we want to go mainstream, happy birthday to Martin Kleermaker and to
100.
Paul Hinks. So somebody's got to hit 127 in game today, otherwise Paul's not going to be happy.
The legendary referee that is Paul Hinks.
140. Ektorus require 80.
Well, this is to get a leg on the board here for Ektorus. And every single leg that he wins in this game is detrimental to the hopes of Ted Evetts. He was 50% on his doubles, but he did get a chance yesterday. He was 3 out of 6. But he's missed a couple there. Evetts for a 2-0 lead. Double 16. He has not been
11.
clean on his doubles this week.
Ektorus require 20.
And that's been a real Achilles heel for him.
Game shot on the second
Fine
leg.
shot.
Ektorus Stylianou. The leg is Ted to throw first. Game on.
Still just got to get the win. We are surmising that the leg difference is a big problem, but winning by 4 legs to 1 will still get him closer. There's a real dogfight in the middle of the table. So as we get to the end of round 2 today, if you've got a chance of getting points ahead
19.
of the other people in that dogfight, you've got to take it. Now, Ted's next game is against Dave Wusi. And that's at the end of round 3. So he's the person who's getting all the information now.
60.
There's 2 schools of thought on this. You'd rather play first to set the target, or play last to know exactly what you've got to do.
60.
It's the same when you've got a 9-dart shootout on a Saturday night. If you win the bullseye, do you want first, do you want second, do you want third? It's amazing how many people choose second.
It's the best position to be in because you know what you have to beat first. And then you just want to get through and the rest look after itself.
$140.
6 darts here for 247 to re-establish his lead at 2-1.
He's a totally different player when he gets his rhythm right. And I'm not talking about Ted Evetts, by the way.
96.
So we've already levelled that at over the last couple of days. I think if this man can establish a really nice rhythm of all 3 darts,
137.
he will improve.
Teddy Rock 151.
Evetts looking at 151. We'll head downstairs first and able to find the treble 17. Victorious here. If he can find this, this would be his highlight moment of the week so far. But he's not going to. And so Evetts coming back for 56 to open up a 2-1 lead.
41.
He's probably panicking in the background, a little bit like a swan. Everything probably underneath is paddling away. But he's trying to keep himself cool and serene. But he cannot open up a 2-1 lead. He's having a chat with himself. You could say he's having a TED talk right now.
Ouch. Well, that's the dart I'm thinking about when it comes to Ektoris. He just flings that second dart away in disgust.
20.
You've got to stay focused.
So double 10. He wants to split this because he doesn't like double 5, but he's actually been quite good on this target today. He had a similar bump off the barrel in his previous match, and he finds it there. 2-1 he leads. It's a bit of a backhanded compliment when you say the phrase, you've been good on double 5, because you've been missing elsewhere. But Ted Evetts has been, and he is not happy one bit about the way he's playing. He's having a good old go at himself.
Sometimes that's a good thing, but sometimes it's a bad thing.
85.
You're using up energy by talking to yourself in a negative way. You've got to somehow turn that around and find the positives. Double 5 can be petrifying.
46.
So the fact that he's found it a couple of times means that he has actually got the composure to find something that is not
57.
simple. Just turn a negative into a positive. Everybody has to do that in normal life, but in sport, you've got to do it a lot quicker.
$46.
Two words that come up every single Thursday here. Reset mentality.
59.
It isn't just reserved for Thursdays. You can do it mid-game as well. But it doesn't just happen. You've got to consciously do it. You've got to flick a switch somehow. But there has to be a trigger.
140.
Is it a deep breath? Technique? Is it something that you can do with mental training? Yes. You've got to figure these things out if you want to be elite. Why do you think Michael van Gerwen pulls up his socks so much? Do you think he's got bad socks? He's a multimillionaire. No, it's nothing to do with the socks.
Well, it's like Rafael Nadal, the tennis player. Look at the idiosyncrasies that he had before serving.
54.
Yeah, you'd think he could afford a better hairband, but he didn't need one.
140.
And neither did Bjorn Borg. Look into that, if you will.
Victorious here is posing Ted serious questions. He's going to get a chance here to level up at 2-2.
96. Victoria should require
Evetts, if the
6.
truth be told, has not been near his best, and it's allowed Victorious an opportunity here. It's allowed him an opening. And to his credit, he's taken it. 2-2.
Victorious Stylianou.
Automatically his best performance of the week.
Fifth flag is Ted to throw first. Game on.
Maybe he's just beginning to brim up. Averaging 81, it's his best performance of the week. This is competitive, more competitive for Victorious.
100.
I still think Ectorus is a great name for a transformer.
43.
I don't disagree, but it's just the randomness of it which has caught me off guard.
134.
I can just imagine it. Turn yourself from a Cypriot god into a big rig truck. I should have worked for that company.
84.
Great ideas.
Well, Ectorus is looking to transform himself into a darts player that can win a game on the Super Series stage. Hasn't yet picked up a victory here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
100.
Ted Evetts is not the one that wants to suffer that particular fate. If he does, then it's going to be catastrophic for him.
The only bright side for Ted, if he loses this game, is that he's still got the best leg difference of himself, Collee and Brown, albeit all on the same points. But if he can get the 2 points...
28.
This is now Ted against Ted. He's not playing Ectorus anymore, he's playing himself.
Could say he's going Ted to Ted right now.
139.
He's changing his rhythm as well. Got to be Clive Dunn here. Don't panic. Just maintain composure. And if you feel like you're melting a little bit, just take a time out.
100.
Have a little sip of water, take a deep breath, and just re-ground yourself.
He's going to get one dart to re-establish the lead. But the problem he's got is because his dart stand-up, he's got a lot of leverage in the way. He couldn't adopt the flatty with dart 2 because he already had a drawbridge there.
60.
And able to get. And again, he has a word of himself. A Taurus here to lead 3-2, and he'll get the break and flow for the match if he finds this. But his best finish of the week.
How many times on a low ton finish has he hit the odd number to leave no out with 2 darts?
74. Said you require 20.
Now, where's his aim point here? Because it hasn't been working on double 10 today. That's better.
On the fifth leg.
There was some real juice in that second dart. That hit the board with a thud.
Sixth leg is Ectorus to throw first. Game on.
Darts is hard.
60.
Even Tiger Woods last night at TGL, apparently he had 199 yards left. Somebody told him 99 to hit a wedge, and he was 100 yards short. Oops.
57.
That's the virtual reality golf, isn't it?
Indeed it is. Well, it's played in a stadium atmosphere with a lot of tech. I'm not sold on it yet. It looks like a really good pastime, but as a competitive thing, you can't swap
100.
an actual outside golf course for indoor. It's just not the same. No breeze, no nothing. No, I'm a purist.
96.
It's like if somebody was to come up and say, you know what, let's make the dartboard square. Which actually happened once. It was an April Fool, but everybody said, you can't have a dartboard that's square.
Is that like the infamous time when
44.
Polo said that they'd have no hole in their mint?
Yeah, there've been quite a lot of interesting April Fools over the years. Like Phil Taylor bringing out his own fragrance.
38.
That actually happened. That April Fool, he didn't bring out a fragrance. But the photos were funny. Oh, no, that's more like it.
140.
That was like throwing a little bit of extra pepper on your eggs, wasn't it, Ted?
84.
Great last start to leave
Ted
160,
require
and he's now
160.
got 6 darts to win the match.
He's going to need that full quota to get the job done.
128.
Great setup following the miss with dart 1. Leaves himself on 32. Well, he has had to dodge an almighty scare in this game as Ted Evetts.
99.
When Stylianou brought it back to 2-2, he would have been fearing the worst. But if he finds double 16 here, and he's going to have to find a dart and a half to do so. That's blocked, shuffles across. Have a look at that angle.
No
he had
score.
nothing to see in it. Torres
So it
here.
requires
It's an opportunity to take us all the way.
Looking for another combination shot on top of the 60 he found earlier. It's still on. If this goes in, watch Ted's face.
52.
That would have been naughty.
Ted require 32.
Ted's thinking, just get this done now. Stop messing about and get this double in. And in it goes.
And the match, Ted Evetts.
Ted Evetts is a winner of that match. But he is a frustrated figure because of the manner of which he won it. He got the better Victoria Stylianou, put in one of his better performances this week. A 4-2 win for Super Ted, but it wasn't a super performance. Coming up after the break, Darren Brown takes on Parry. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are 6 games down on this Wednesday morning, and this is what we have seen thus far. Kurt Parry, the leader overnight, won his first game, but a couple of defeats for Collee means he's re-established that lead still, despite defeat to David Wusi. Ted Evetts now is his closest challenger, but he was made to work hard for it against Stylianou before the break. So this is how the table looks. Kurt Parry on 18 points, but a very, very healthy legs difference. Ted Evetts on 12. Collee and Darren Brown on 14. Looks like the 3 players below Kurt are probably going to be scrapping it out for position in Group B on Thursday, Friday night. David Wusi on 10. Evetts still without a win in this group. 7th game of the session sees Darren Brown and Kurt Parry go toe-to-toe. Now, this has been a bit of a tricky fixture for Kurt Parry over the course of the first few days. He scraped over the line against Darren Brown on Tuesday and then lost this particular match in the last leg decider on Monday, despite having a handful of match starts to win it. So what is the third renewal of this particular meeting going to bring here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth?
First leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
Darren does have some fans watching today. We've had a tweet, or should we say a post, from James Hubbard,
82.
someone who was here earlier in the series. Great to see Darren Brown showing what he can do on the MODUS Super Series darts stage. Up the Norfolk,
95.
he says. They do have some good players, don't they?
59.
But I wonder what the reaction is going to be to defeat
28.
for Kurt Parry. Brown has looked very, very accomplished so far today. He, like Ted Evetts, has got 2 wins
60.
from 2 rounds. If he can stretch that to 3 from 3, Ted Evetts will be
60.
his biggest fan.
And Darren has looked dangerous. The performances he's put in today
96.
have been decent. Even against Collee, he missed a lot of doubles, admittedly. He missed 13 of them, but the scoring was immaculate.
100.
Same against David Wusi in his first game. He's scoring as well as anybody, but he'll need to finish off his chances, you feel, here against Kurt Parry, who himself hasn't
60.
exactly been glistening when he's got opportunities at the outer ring so far today. 4 from 11 and 3 from 14 of his doubles ratio so far today.
144. $51.
Just got to be careful of visits like that. That was a little careless.
58.
And it does result in an out
193.
that he can take in 2 darts. Not simple, though. Far from simple. When you don't get a
53.
treble
Going
in your
for
first 2 darts,
60.
you're not going to get a shot.
Game show
Very
on the
well found by
first
Kurt.
Kurt Parry.
Someone who also knows James Hubbard very well.
Second leg, it's Kurt to throw first. Game on.
Both of them 2 would have been around the same circles at the same time.
Absolutely. You look at the year that James won the World Youth Championship in 2012, and then you look at subsequent World Youth Championships over the next couple
60.
of years. It's a litany of great talent that are applying their trade at the top level now
57.
or here. Rhys Robinson is another one, and he's playing tomorrow.
139.
It's largely forgotten that Kurt Parry's actually made the semi-final of the World Youth Championship before, when he was largely regarded as one of the best players in the world under 25. But he's another example, isn't he? That darts doesn't have to be a full-time pro career in your 20s. Some people have other priorities, and it just has to wait. If you're a footballer, rugby player, you've got to strike while the iron's hot.
58.
Whilst you're
So you
fit
64.
and strong and fast enough Darts can wait sometimes.
Game shown
But
the
Kurt is
second
not
leg.
waiting, and he's got a
Kurt
2-0
Parry.
lead.
He's beginning to really build
Look,
ahead of
it's Darren to
stride
throw
now.
first.
It's Kurt Parry.
Game on.
2-0 to the good. And Darren Brown had a really good start to the day. Well, he finds himself on the back foot. I tell you what, some of his grouping at times
180.
has been nigh and immaculate.
In fact, both of these players are like that.
41.
When they get the grouping right, you might as well be welding the points together with some solder. Or,
171.
as you can see, Darren Brown has got all the capabilities of putting something together. Now, what does he do next?
135. Darren Eric 150.
We saw Andreas Harrison try this trick once before. But Darren Brown has decided, no, I'm not going to go for the bullseye. I'm going to play
180.
it conventional. What do you think I was going to do?
Look how focused he is, though.
139. Darren required 32.
This is an extremely impressive leg.
Game
And it's the
shown
second
the
10-darter of the
third
week.
leg.
His
Darren
first.
Brown. Fourth leg, it's Kurt to throw first. Game on.
Off the back of what we've seen over the last 2.5 days, I have a sneaky suspicion that Darren Brown is saying,
140.
I want to be here quite a lot this year. I can foresee him winning a weekly title.
96.
He has all the capabilities. And he has barely flinched for the last 3 days.
100.
It's like playing Dartbot 501, isn't it? But unlike the robots in the Wallace and
96.
Gromit movie that came out over Christmas, he is nice and tidy and he hasn't got a sinister side to him.
45.
Are you referencing Norbot?
Yes.
Pass the cheese.
59.
I'm a big fan of Wallace and Gromit. They're brilliant.
Just need to find a way of crowbarring Feathers McGraw into commentary.
100.
That's what we should have said to Shane last week. Feathers McGurk.
123. Cut your record 116.
If he walks back into Champions Week with a glove on his head, he's been watching.
60.
Well, it's
Darren
Paul
record
Hinks's
127.
birthday today. So is Darren going to treat him to the birthday gift of 127 in game? No.
55. Cut your record 56. Game shown the fourth leg.
Well, one thing's for
Kurt
sure. If
Parry.
Wallace was here, what he'd say about that is, cracking checkout, Gromit.
Fifth leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on. $96.
Oh, you've got to keep it light on a Wednesday when the pressure's on, because all of the pressure's on the stage. You don't know what these
60.
players are feeling until you've been in that position yourself.
$120.
Well, I'm not really sure what happened to that third dart. I don't know what it collided with. On the bright side, he didn't displace any darts that were already in the board.
100. $96.
Now, Brown looking to chip off another leg here. Second trouble there leaves Parry hot on his heels. There's a player here. There really is a player here.
137.
You're not wrong. Looking for the max to lead double 12.
100.
Doesn't
Darren
get
record
close to it
52.
really. This is a leg that Darren should win.
36.
But now if he loses it, he loses the match.
104.
Kurt Parry for distance at the top.
It's double 12. And
Game
Kurt Parry
shot
moves
and the
one
match.
step closer
Kurt
to
Parry.
Saturday night's final. He finishes that match off with a 104 finish to get the better of Darren Brown by 4 legs to 1. Another decent performance, a decent game. Darren Brown losing 4-1 despite having an average in excess of 91.5. Kurt Parry 89, 4 from 7 on his doubles and rounding the game off with a 104 finish. Coming up after the break, we Collee to Stylianou. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series Funhouse, and we are having fun here because Kurt Parry, now on 20 points at the top of the table, he's not going to be caught at the end of round 3 on Wednesday. Collee knows this because he's now 6 points behind. He now knows he has to win all of his games left to stand any chance, and being 23 legs adrift in leg difference, it's not very likely. So maybe if we are being brutally honest at this stage, Reese is just trying to maintain his position in the top 3. And one of the good things about that Parry win just now is that he beat Darren Brown, which gives Reese a chance to extend his advantage in the top 3 over Darren. This time against the Cypriot, Ektoris Stylianou.
Well, we're at the halfway point of our morning session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. This is the last day of singular session action. You'll be happy to know that we've got a double dosage of darts for you on Thursday and Friday. We're back underway 1 o'clock tomorrow for Group C's beginning, and then Thursday night from 10 we'll kick off Group B, and then we'll do exactly the same on Friday. Before all roads lead to Saturday's final, that is from 7:30. You can watch it live and exclusive on Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
96.
Now, one thing Reese will be very aware of is that this fixture is not a gimme. After watching the Evetts Stylianou game, for Ted that would have been frightening.
43.
But it is very likely at this stage that Evetts and Collee will go into Group B.
55.
However, there are games where they can both slip up between now and the end. For example,
42.
Collee has got
Reach for
Parry
130.
in Game 10. He's got Wusi in his last game.
118.
Well, if you're that frightened of the treble 20, Reese, you better have gone for a 12. And now he's left 12.
180. Reach required 12.
Well, that was very, very fast speech from our referee, wasn't it?
6.
The only thing that was missing from that was terms and conditions apply.
Reese has made hard work of this particular leg. He's
41,
been in
Richard
charge of
White,
it, but he
6.
now finds himself down in the basement. Down for double free, and he's got something in the way. He's got a couple in the way. Cannot
No
find.
score. Victoria
All
Shabbat 124.
decently thrown darts. But when his darts kick up like that, there was no guide whatsoever for him.
$76. Reach required
Is it the
6.
same plan? It's not in the way.
No score.
That's why we call it the
Victoria Shabbat
trapdoor.
required 48.
Because there's trouble down there.
And Victorious to break it to take a 1-0 lead. 8 for tops. It's double 10. Doesn't go, and so
28.
Collee
Reach required
comes
6.
back again for double free. Surely not again.
Game shown the first leg.
I can't
Reece
believe
Collee.
he's at that dart. That's the hardest one of the lot.
Second leg is Victorious to throw first. Game on.
After dart 2, he's shaking his head as if to say, I'm just not going to hit this double 3. And he finds it with the most difficult spot.
100.
But one thing that Reese
100
has made a habit of over the last 2 or 3 years is winning titles that have a nice title. He's not winning the season
60.
opening darts open, is he? That famous Hungarian tournament that was on last month. That was really inventive.
57.
No, Reece Collee wins the World Open. He wins the England Masters and the British Open. They've got meat and potatoes behind them.
47.
I'm gonna be mentioning that Hungarian tournament for years, you know. The most uninventive darts tournament name ever.
130.
Hungary was where Reece Collee won that major title.
Don't poke the bear, Deacon.
41. Reach required 107.
Well, in the week that Huntsville, Alabama will have the Shoot for the Moon tournament, Reese was looking to
56.
shoot for the moon there, and he might still do so in this game.
Bit more of a hedgehog hellraiser kind of guy.
I've always thought that about you.
83. Reach required 114.
114 for 2 zip. Decided to go bull 14 bull. In keeping with
32. Victoria should require
his
107.
extravagant finishing in and around that range.
Extravagant doesn't even come close. However,
86. Reach required 82.
it's a bit ragged, this game, isn't it? It's bullseye from the angle for a 2-0 lead.
57. Victoria should require 84.
The Simon Whitlock route on 84. He likes to go bullseye double 17. It does actually make a lot of sense.
Reach required 25.
Nothing's making
Game
sense
shot
right
the
now,
second
apart
there.
from the fact that
Reece
Collee is
Collee.
2-0 to the good.
It's organised chaos.
Third against Reece to throw first. Game on.
It really doesn't feel organised, though.
45.
The trick with a game like this
100.
is that you have seen people take Ektoris out quite easy. Then you've seen
100.
Ted Evetts struggle against him. You've got to approach this game like it's any other, which is you want to win every leg you play. You want to win 4-0.
60.
The mindset doesn't change. If it does, that's your weakness, not anybody else's.
41.
Let me tell you a little tidbit about Mark Hilton. He once beat me 6-0 in Gladbeck, Germany.
60.
It hurt. I walked away from that game and I said, the next time I play you, I'm going to beat you 6-0 back.
59.
And I kept it locked away until I drew him again. And it took, I think it was 2 years to play him again. Right, you're getting it today. Beat him 6-0. It's a mindset.
60. $60.
Feels rather flat. Probably the first time this week we've seen a game like this.
Are we just sensing that the players in chase
41.
think they've got too much to do? It's a bit like being Manchester City in the race for the Premier League title. You see Liverpool, you know how strong they are.
30.
Yeah, we're not going to catch him. It's like trying to catch Kylian Mbappe when he's in full stride.
Don't know if you see Mickey van der Ven run from
44.
one end of the pitch to the other.
Not lately. Too busy clutching his knee, isn't he?
58.
Well, Ektoris looking at
require
136 to
136.
get a leg on the board.
Well, Collee could use a nice combination finish here.
24. Reach require 108.
Does he get it? Yes, he
Game
does.
shot on the third egg.
That'll make him feel
Reece
a
Collee.
lot better. That's the
Well,
best
look at
visit of
Ektoris
this
to
match
first.
by some distance. Even though we've had a 180 from Ektoris. I came up with a really good name for his Transformer toy as well.
62.
Ektoris Prime. Sounds like Optimus.
44.
Rolls off the tongue, same amount of syllables and everything. I don't know why he's called Trojan, but that has negative connotations because of people who work in
96.
computers. Because a virus was called a Trojan horse, wasn't it? It's probably got something to do with mythology.
97.
Aren't the four horsemen of the apocalypse on Trojans?
Sounds about right.
83.
The only four horsemen I know of were in wrestling. People like Arn Anderson and Ric Flair and
140.
Barry Windham.
$100.
Well, Collee wants this done. If he gets it, he'll be on 16 points with Ted Evetts.
100.
And the crucial thing, I guess, at this stage,
160.
is that he'd be 2 points ahead of Darren Brown with 2 rounds to go.
44.
And he needs confidence ahead of playing Parry.
120.
Does he get it here?
44.
So Collee unable to
Victoria
take
should
out the
require
120.
116.
Evetts looking at 116 to pull one back. If he doesn't, the game could be up. Collee is going to get, or he should get, a match start
98. Which requires
from this
76.
point onwards to win this game 4-0. He's missed the big number. He has missed the big number. And so
41.
Evetts is going to come back
should
for
require
double
18.
9 to extend the game.
Game's on the 4th.
We go on.
Stylianou.
Back to 3-1. Collee forced
The flag gets Reese
to serve
throw
this match
first.
out.
Game on. $60.
Would you like some Euro Tour news?
In a minute, I'm going to give you something that a lot of people
60.
probably don't know. This is I didn't know this myself. 8 years ago today, the Scottish Open
97.
was hosting the finals. The men's event was won by Cameron Menzies. The women's event was won by Fallon Sherrick.
60.
Isn't that interesting? They weren't even a couple at the time. But they might not even know that themselves, you know.
174.
Well, one thing we know is that Collee is looking to go out with 344
45.
in 6.
Richard require 107.
Speaking of shooting for the moon,
But he cannot take down the fish.
61.
So 109 for the match. For a 4-1 win.
100.
And
Which
it
was
will
109.
put Reece Collee onto 16 points level with Ted Evetts. The performance hasn't been overly enamouring. Doesn't have to go triple 18 pull here.
why are people not performing against Stylianou all of a sudden?
38.
I think it goes back to what we were saying earlier, because there's such a heaped on pressure to win that you almost make yourself
40,
uptight when you play at
71.
Taurus. That's nothing to do with Taurus at all. You got to play your own game. Double top.
51.
Yes, there is a pressure in being the favourite.
$60. Richard required 20.
To finally get the game won, double 10 for Reece Collee. To complete a 4-1 win against Victoria Stylianou. A comprehensive win for Reece Collee. Beats Victoria Stylianou by 4 legs to 1. David Wusi takes on Ted Evetts on the other side of this short break. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we're going to forget the last game even happened. Collee beating Stylianou by 4-1. Our next game sees David Wusi with the Monsters Inc. character Mike Wazowski on the back of his shirt, or as the person in said film that's the admin person would say, Wazowski. He takes on Super Ted Evetts in what is our 9th game of the morning session. And as soon as Paul Nicholson scrapes himself up on the floor following that cringe comment, he will be chatting his way through this ultra important matchup.
First leg is David to throw first. Game on.
Is that the old woman with the glasses?
Indeed it is. Wazowski, where's your papers?
Make it stop.
140.
I think it's a nice shirt, though.
$60.
Strangely, Henry, it's the best impression you've ever done.
It's not a high bar, admittedly.
140.
I've got a dare for Wusi the next time he's here, because he'll be here again. How many shirts can he wear in a week?
25?
59.
Unless he changes mid-game. He can play 29 games, can't you? I think the record for the amount of dart shirts worn by a player in a week
140.
is 8 by Peter Jakes.
$42. David requires.
Well, this is a slow start for Ted, and it doesn't look good because Wusi's been sharp
49.
pretty much all day. And he's already taken out Parry. So he will be dangerous in this
100.
fixture.
David requires.
This is not,
32.
by any stretch of the imagination, a guaranteed 2 points for Evetts.
Game shown the first leg.
That 13 darter
David
proves it.
Wusi.
And those have been the types of darts that David has been throwing
Second leg
at
is
times
Ted to
this week.
throw
Now, this,
first. Game on.
you'd say, was probably the game where it went wrong for Ted Evetts yesterday, where he lost 4-3. He averaged in excess of a ton. He had a couple of ton-plus checkouts. He won legs in 14, 12, and 15. He missed a
140.
number of match darts, leading 3-1. He missed the 1-3-6 twice to win the game in different legs. But Wusi just kept on keeping on.
100.
And he managed to claw out a win in the end, averaging 91.5. 4 from 8 on his doubles. He had one opportunity to win the match, and it was an opportunity that he comprehensively seized upon.
58.
Yeah, Ted looks a little bit lost with his game today and has been at times over the last couple of days as well.
180.
But Dave throws so quickly that he just sprints past you. He never looks lost with his game. He said earlier this morning he was
57.
feeling confident. He said you have to be confident when you come here. Well, you don't have to be.
24.
But if you're playing well, you will be. And right now, he's playing better than Ted is.
Looking good, feeling good, playing good right now, David Wusi. Just playing at this present moment in time so much better than Ted. Yes, Evetts leaves himself on a finish, but Wusi, he will feel like he will leave it much more handy, or should do anyway.
100.
Just about leaves himself on a 2-darter. Evetts, who is one of the most prolific ton-plus hitters in this group, is looking for another big one in the collection, but he's not going to add the 146.
130.
That was very good, though.
97.
Very good indeed.
57.
Wusi doesn't get there.
16.
Evetts must. Needs to be clean.
Game shown
And
the
it doesn't get
second
any
leg.
cleaner than that.
Ted Evetts.
That's what hasn't been happening the last couple of days.
Third leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, taking care of 146 in 4. That's good.
41.
You were going to give us some Euro Tour news.
And I will give you said Euro Tour news, because there has been plenty of Euro touring on this Wednesday morning. And there's been some good games as well to keep us up to speed. A stage which Ted Evetts has graced on many an occasion. Well, the highlight so far, Wesley Plaisir with an average of 109.28, beating Ricky Evans, who averaged 102.72 by 6 legs to 1. There's also a ton plus average for Kim Huybrecht in a 6-3 win against Cordecca. But what's Ted Evetts doing here? Missing dart 5. That's what he's doing.
85.
Also, a couple of wins for the likes of Marvin van Velzen, Connor Scutt.
123.
Who's actually in action now. He's leading Kim Huybrecht by 2 legs to 0, averaging 103.66 in the top 40. The other top 40 game to take place right now, Gabriel Clements 101.11, 2-1 to the good against
81.
Nathan Rafferty, of course, we've seen here before. Joshua Richardson has taken the first leg against Jelle Klassen in that round.
177.
Immaculate
Ted, you require 155.
from Wusi. He's going to get a look at double 10 here as well to get his second dart at a double in this contest.
55. David, you require 20.
3 legs in, 108 the average for Wazuski. He's playing his peak game, but he may find
16.
himself behind if Evetts
Ted, you require 100.
can find his second ton plus check out of the day. He had the 110 against Reece Collee. Can he find a ton on the nose? Decided to stay there. The marker was so good. Double 10.
90.
But that target has
David, you
not
require
been helpful
4.
one bit to him today.
No score. Ted, you
Oh, look,
require
Ted's on
10.
double 5 again.
Misses the first dart and then hits it with a second.
Oops. He's done the right thing here. Fresh target.
8.
This
David,
could
you
be that
require
messy
4.
leg that sneaks into some of the games that we have on this stage. Who wins it?
Game
Wusi
shot the
does.
third leg. David Wazuski.
And he's been winning those legs, hasn't he? He's been edging ahead of people the last couple of days.
Throw first. Game on.
By the way, did you hear that new rule this year for the European Tour where tour card holders can now nominate to play in one host nation qualifier?
85.
Get ready, everybody, because this is my opinion. What a crock.
100.
Whoever came up with that rule, have a word. So unfair to the tour card holders that don't have host nation events. You're from England, Scotland, Ireland. It's a disadvantage to them. So if you're from Czechia or Germany
60.
or Belgium or the Netherlands, it's an unfair advantage. So whoever came up with that rule, you're an idiot.
140.
Particularly when you have 13 other opportunities to qualify for a European Tour. Now, we mentioned, of course, the fact that
99.
players at this level do get good opportunities. But when you're in the top 128, you get a free pass at everything. And once you've got that privilege, you should
100.
be able to stick only to the routes that you're able to afford to get yourself to play. Same with the World Championship, Paul.
All I'm going to say about it, and on this topic a bit more, is this. If you're a tour card holder, it should be a level playing field. That rule means it isn't.
97.
Because playing in a tour card holder qualifier is harder
161.
than a host nation qualifier. That's a fact.
Oh, Wazuski misses the first dart there. The 161 off the cards. Evetts looking at 160, which has been taken out this week. It was taken out by Reece Collee on Monday.
65. Ted, you require 160.
Seems like a long time ago, doesn't it? We'll have to wait a little bit longer for another one.
$17. David, you require 96.
The frustration seeping over for Super Ted. Wusi looking at 96.
Treble 1 with that second dart doesn't aid him.
42. Ted, you require 140.
There's a couple of different routes you can go for this. Rob Cross loves to go treble 18 on this, and I like that shot because it opens up 89 in the bottom left corner. The thought was right. There's another reason why it makes sense as well. 18, 25, 60 leaves tops. It's an easier route to leave a one-dart shot.
Game shot on the
2 darts
leg.
give David a 3-1
Wusi.
lead. He's causing absolute havoc in this table today.
The flag is David to throw first.
This is music to Darren Brown, who will see that Reece Colley's got Kurt Parry next, who if a win will seal his place through. And then Darren's next game is against Ted
81.
Evetts. Suddenly here, there could be a new favourite to get a Group B spot, and that could be the guy not currently in one. And David would be on 12 points. Now, he'd have to win every game from the rest of the day onwards,
100.
but just keeps himself an interested party at least.
You and I both think that Group B is going to be rather fun this week. You stick Reece Robinson in there, you stick Jamie Owens in there. Probably at this stage, Evetts and Collee, but it could be
57.
Darren Brown. But my word, that's got possibilities.
Let's not forget Mark McGeaney
55.
either in that.
Not at all. If anything, he could be the actual peacemaker in the middle of all of the chaos.
134.
He's the one who's just going to get on with it, do his thing, and around him, a lot of people buzzing around with different moods.
It's a little bit like that meme, isn't it? You know, where you see all the fire
81.
around, and then Mark McGeaney will just sit there with a cup of coffee saying, "This is fine."
98.
Well, sitting on 243 isn't fine when Ted's on 112.
97. Ted,
Things are looking a little bit brighter now. Maybe not. Double top.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Ted Evetts.
Another ton plus checkout for ton plus Ted.
6th leg, it's Ted to throw first. Game on.
Extinguishes the Wusi flame.
$100.
If we were going to create a game like rock, paper, scissors.
95.
Rock, that would be either Josh Rock or Peter Hudson, depending on who you prefer. Who would be paper and who would be scissors?
180.
You might think, where did he get that from? Well, we used to have a game at school where it was rock, paper, scissors, rain,
84.
fire. We had a couple of extra things in there. A bit like when the Big Bang Theory did rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock.
140.
Playtime sounded well fun at your school.
It was brilliant. You didn't have any devices at our school.
100.
You had a tennis ball and about
81.
100 people fighting over it.
Triple 10 would have given him a go at double 60 to have taken us all the
65.
way. It's certainly been a tighter day today compared to what we saw on Monday and Tuesday in this group. A lot more competitive matches in comparison
85.
to
Teddy
what we've
requires
seen
60.
previously. Evetts looking at double 8 to take us all the way. Now double 4, and Wusi's already had a look at a 138 to try and win a match. Only one today, and he's going to get another look at
14.
one here.
David, you require 138.
Super Ted gave it the full Italian job there. He needs double 1 to
86.
stay in a
Teddy
match,
require
and this is a difficult spot to
2.
be in.
Because if not, you sense David should get 2, but he's
Game
not
shot
going
on
to
the
even get a
6th leg.
look in.
Ted Evetts.
3-3.
7th and final leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
So what happens next? Is Evetts on 18 points?
78.
Or is Wusi on 12? He can't go further up the table with a win here. He would only get within 2 points of Darren Brown.
96.
He's run out of games when it comes to his Group B ambitions. But based on the way he's been playing and causing trouble for these people in Group A, he's going to be a factor in Group C. That is no doubt.
And how many times do we see Riley performs a little bit like David's put in this week? Just be enough to get out of a Group C campaign. But you got some real contenders, some real live wires in there, particularly Carl Wilson, who
24.
the last time he was here, he played the week and won the Group A. He looked very good. To quote our good friend Devon Peterson, went from garage to grandstand that particular week.
I know a dart player who's literally done that. Scott Marsh. Garage during COVID, grandstand at Lakeside.
He had a grandstand, didn't he, against Connor Scott, where he pretty much ran across the whole of the stage, didn't he, when he won in Bridlington?
139.
Now, Ted's already taken this out in this game.
112.
Is it going to be 112 twice? Well, the first time was so nice. He just had to do it again. 2 112 finishes for Ted Evetts. Has turned this game on its head. He has beaten David Wusi by 4 legs to 3 to keep any faint hopes of winning this group alive. He's not playing anywhere near his best. He's explaining that to Owen Binks and shakes his head as he heads back towards the drinks table. This is how he got the job done. Couple of top plus outs, just like he did yesterday against David. Average of 87, 4 from 10 in terms of his finishing. But now it's all about Kurt Parry, who can win this Group A with a victory against Reece Collee on the other side of this short break. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receiving the trophy, £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler! Why, hello there, everybody. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where you're watching on this Wednesday morning, live and exclusive on Pluto TV. We have seen 9 matches so far in this session. This is what we've seen. Ted Evetts getting the better of David Wusi by 4 legs to 3. Wasn't the prettiest of performances from Ted. Whilst for Rhys, Collee and Kurt Parry, they picked up wins in the last round of fixtures. And this is how the table looks going into round 4 of the day. Kurt Parry, top of the table, 20 points to his name, a win here, and he will be through. He's probably there because of the legs difference anyway, but he can dot the I's and cross the T's if he can get the better of Rhys, Collee in this, our 10th match of the session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Well, he had to evade Ted Evetts on day 1, but ever since Tuesday began, it's pretty much been one-way traffic for Kurt Parry. He took on Rhys, Collee in the final game of yesterday. He won that one and has not looked back. Not one bit today.
He doesn't want to look back, but he has had a few
It's
bumps on the
Kurt
road,
to throw first. Game on.
including that game with Wusi a little bit earlier on. Lost 4-3,
136.
but has put it right since then by getting a 4-1 win against Darren Brown. Make no mistake, as we start round 4 and 14 overall in this group, if Kurt plays the way he did in the last round,
180.
and Rhys, Collee plays the way he did in the last round, even though they both won, there's only one winner, and that
46.
is Kurt.
And it looks like he's in no mood to mess around right now. 28. I say before he hits a 28.
We did have a little chat with Kurt Parry yesterday, talking about what he would prospectively do if he won the group. Because the last time he won Group A, he went home for a couple of days and came back. Yesterday, he was speculative
87.
about staying, trying to find a winning formula.
But there is one guarantee for Parry. He's going to be in Perth League tonight. He's going to watch the opening night of the World Seniors Championship.
32. Reach for
It's not the shortest journey, is it?
2 hours, 35 minutes I looked on Google earlier. I knew it was a few hours away because I used to make those trips in another job to that part of Essex, and once you get caught in traffic, that could be a little bit gruesome. Double 16.
6.
There was traffic in the way there, and Rhys, Collee could overtake him.
Yes, on the way to Purfleet, you have to go through the Dart
16.
Ford Tunnel.
You require 32.
Well, if he doesn't win this leg, he may be found
Game's on
guilty
the
of dart
first leg.
charge, but Parry
Kurt
looking
Parry.
to charge through towards winning this group. 1-0.
Yeah, you're not going to see many
Second
dart
is
players
Rhys to
paying
throw first.
£2.50 a leg.
There was once a segment on the TV programme Watchdog on BBC One where they were talking about
57.
the Dartford Tunnel and dart charge, and they invited Andy Fordham on to present a segment about dart charge using a dartboard with Anne Robinson.
140.
I have so many questions.
100.
One, why? And secondly, how do you know that?
Because I may have watched that episode of Watchdog.
60.
We had so much fun in my house when I was a child.
Gather round, children.
180.
Let's watch Watchdog. Let's watch Rhys, Collee hit maximums. That's more
60.
exciting.
Reach for 164.
And Rhys, Collee is not the weakest link, but he is trying to say goodbye to the leg.
98.
Anyway,
45.
Collee comes
Region
back
requires 66.
with plenty of time at this 66 to level up at 1 apiece. 16 for tops. Tops it is. Doesn't go.
46.
Here he comes. There was a little smile there as if to say, you came a bit late. Is it too late?
Game shot.
Apparently it is.
Reese Collee.
Kurt has missed the bus.
And Collee has
Third against
capitalised
Kurt to
on that
reverse.
mistake.
Game.
1 apiece in that particular match. When that first start hits like that, you expect
140.
Bedfellows to be disappointed not to fill it up, and the truth be told.
85.
He has one of those styles. He has a dart throw that many people would pay for
140.
10 times over.
It's one of those Rolls-Royce type
96.
actions, isn't it, from Kurt Parry?
Yeah, I think that's a saying that I hear a lot and I see a lot on social media. I actually saw somebody yesterday
81.
saying that Cord Decker has a Rolls-Royce throw. It's good. Kurt's is better.
It's a little bit more Jaguar than it is Rolls-Royce.
100. Kurt, you require
It's
140.
good, but
You getting back on the watchdog again? Oh, I love that dart. I love that visit.
116.
That is a sensational approach.
Double 12 after 12.
60.
Kurt Parry looking
24.
to establish the lead at
Game shot
2-1.
the third
13
leg.
darter, beginning
Kurt
to go through the
Parry.
gears, and Kurt Parry here 2 legs away from sealing his place into
Over against
Saturday
Race to
night's
Joe
final.
first. Game on.
Do you know what a really good nickname for Kurt would be? Kapow. Starts with a K and there's a P
99.
in the middle. It rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? Here he is. Kurt Kapow Parry.
100.
And that's what he does on that treble 20 when he's in sync. Might be onto something here.
Just very quickly, an update
46.
from Rosmalen in the Netherlands. The Eurotour qualifier continues. We're heading towards the top 20. Cam Crabtree has beaten
83.
Tom Bizzle by 6 legs to 3. Nathan Rafferty of a 6-all win over Gabriel Clements. Collis Scott, 6-0 winner over Kim Hybrecht.
180.
And Richard Vainshoff, an average in excess of a ton, has beaten Wesley Plaisir 6-4.
Scott beat Hybrecht 6-0.
Yes, 98 average for Connor Scott there. Hybrecht averaged 102 in the round previous.
60.
Yes, the reward for your efforts in that one. A 2-flight trip to Riesa.
59.
Or a flight and a very long train journey from Berlin.
Triple 19. Is it going to go? So Parry's going to come back, having a look at the
58.
1-2-4 to
124.
get the breaker throw, open up a 3-1 lead in this match. Bull. Just
99.
underneath, but
Richard
Colley's going to get a
158.
chance to level this match up.
That was so close. Double 10. Very
Game
well
shot
done,
the
Reese.
fourth leg. Reese Collee.
Proving that he's so hard to get rid of. Even when he's not playing his best darts, he'll find
Kurt
something.
to throw first. Game on.
I know it sounds like I was bagging Riesa just now, but
99.
it's actually quite a nice place. Right next to a river. A very big river at that.
95.
Very small town. It's about an hour's train journey from Dresden. And for anybody watching this, if you're ever planning to go to
98.
Eastern Germany, you've got to go to Dresden. What a place. The Japanese palace is awe-inspiring.
96.
And there's so much history around there. Great place.
The greatest tour in professional sport.
60.
So they say.
That's because we haven't gone on
60.
tour yet.
Where would you like to take this on tour if we had the opportunity to?
Southampton.
140.
I'm joking. Southampton, New York.
I was going to say, we're going on tour back to the place where it started.
96.
Yeah,
Go
Portsmouth
104.
in America and Southampton in America. That would be interesting.
88.
Great
Race
last
record
start. Picks off a
154.
trouble to leave himself on double eight. Collee has to take the 154. Couldn't find the second. Would have given him a poke at tops.
96. Kate requires 16. Game shot on the fifth
Glorious.
leg. Kurt Parry.
He's not far away now. That leg difference really is his right-hand
Sixth
man.
leg, it's Reese to throw first. Game on.
But he could still win this table by a distance on points alone.
140.
I mean, what I say, Southampton, New York, that'd be a great place to take it. Because then it would be spitting distance from Shinnecock Hills Golf
59.
Club. Where the famous mid-90s US Open was won by Corey Pavin. Retief Goosen won there in 2003.
45.
And Brooks Koepka won there in the last few seasons as well. Incredibly difficult golf course.
85.
Well, Kurt Parry has been the clubhouse leader before too long, but it looks like he may well pick up the Group A Claret Jug
100.
and pave his way towards Saturday night's showpiece here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
You just give me a great
81.
idea for a trophy. We could have an orange trophy in the shape of a vegetable and call it the carrot jug.
85.
There's a bit of a spin-off from the claret jug. Someone's going to steal that idea.
140.
Well, Kurt Parry could be heading to the tavern as the biggest win of anybody in that building today. Colley's not going to take out the 131, and so
91.
Parry, to
Kurt,
seal it in style,
136.
is looking at 136. He's not going to take it. Collee back for tops to take us the distance.
60. Ratio require 40.
As much as Kurt Parry's been the better player in this game, he hasn't won it yet. But he
30.
might win it
Kurt
now.
requires 76.
76 points away from Saturday night. Double top. Kurt Parry completes his Group A quest.
Kurt Parry.
KP went nuts in the second half of that campaign and is by far the deserving winner of this group. He will head through to the Saturday showdown. The favourite at the beginning of the week is in to the final day of the week. Doing it with a 4-2 win against Reese Collee, average of 90.5, 4 for 9 on his doubles. Coming up next, Ted Evetts takes on Darren Brown. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Parry got the better of Reece Collee by 4-2 to confirm his status as the winner of Group A here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He's got an unassailable lead at the top of the table. We are now looking to see whether it's Collee or Brown that will be in position and in situ for Group C or B darts. Now, Ted could do Reece Collee a massive favour here. If he wins this, he'd be on 20 points. Ted will be safe in Group B. Ted pretty much is safe in Group B. If he can win this, he'll dot the I's and cross the T's in that particular regard, and will then allow Reece Collee to sweat it out and possibly nick a spot at the line. Although Darren does have the seeming insurance policy of taking on Ectorus Stylianou in the last game. So this is a big game for Darren and his quest to play in Group B tomorrow night.
First leg, it's Ted to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, it's a must-win game for Darren. Colley's got a better leg difference by 6 legs, and if Darren loses ground
96.
and Collee wins his last game against Wusi, Darren on debut is going to be in Group C, but he has been
46.
dangerous at times. Ted is having one of those days, just like Monday, where nobody can take him out.
60.
Played nowhere, and I mean nowhere near his best, and I mean that with the greatest of respect to Ted, but he's managed to find 3 wins.
134.
I'm just putting this out there. I don't think this has ever happened before. Ted
58.
could have 2 perfect days in Group A and not win the group. Now, we have had Colin Osborne
140.
and Adam Savara have 3 perfect days in a week, but not win the Saturday night. But as for someone having 2 perfect days in Group
99.
A and not winning the group, that's a first, I'm sure.
I remember there was a time where James Richardson completed the card on 2 days and then not win a game for 2 days, but obviously
45.
that's over a course of a couple of different groups. That was a very strange week, that was. Well, this isn't a strange start. This is a
180.
fairly good start for Ted
136.
Evetts. He's left himself on double 4, and he's going to get a look at it because Darren Brown cannot find the 136.
44. Ted, you require 8. Game shot on the
Looks like the
first
pressure
leg.
is off.
Ted Evetts.
Look at the way he's walking. Look at the facial expressions as well. He knows.
Second leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
He knows. And he's in a very comfortable position to be in Group B, isn't he? Any win here, he's safe.
97.
Which is at least a consolation prize for Ted. I mean, he could finish on 22 points and not win the group.
100.
Could be worse. I remember when Sebastian Białecki had 24 and didn't win a Group A.
58.
He only lost 3 games. That was Andy Bolton, who had 26.
Yeah, Andy Bolton tends to
85.
cause people problems in this building, but he won't do for the next couple of years.
Yeah, I'm somewhat sad about that. I'm not going to see Andy too much. He's a great guy to be around.
94.
Really good company. Really good company.
Yeah, he's the kind of person who tends to remind you that you can actually get a tan in Scotland.
100.
If you go on holiday enough.
Well, they get some tanning weather in Scotland. I don't think it's outdoors, though.
97.
That was to hold court, does Andy. Very good company to be around. And his loss here is the
97.
Pro Tools
Down
gain,
to
that's for sure.
155.
Darren Brown looking at 155 to level up the score at 1 apiece. He's not going to take it out on this occasion. So Evetts will come back looking at 119
92.
to
Ted, require
double the lead and get
190.
the break. Job 20 tops. Not to be on this occasion for Ted Evetts.
59.
So Brown will
Darren
come
require
back looking at
63.
63 to square the match up. 1 dart. Well, no dart.
Score.
Because he's hit
Ted,
the
it
triple
requires
18
60.
and burst the score.
Flat dart. High dart.
20.
Still just a little bit
Darren
high.
requires 63.
If you don't succeed, try again. And he's done it
Game shot the
again.
second leg.
Hitting a
Darren
shot that he's
Brown.
busting the leg. It's a second time today.
One apiece.
Third leg, it's Ted to throw first. Game on.
Evetts having to go again, having spurned opportunities to open up a 2-0 lead in this match. And for Darren, it just keeps him
60.
in a decent suit in terms of securing that Group B spot. If he wins his last two, he's guaranteed to be there.
139.
Would you like to know a darting factoid from this darting day?
Absolutely.
From the 19th of February 2006, so 19 years ago, Colin Lloyd
90.
did something at the Cedars Hotel in Rosslare that never happened.
134.
Colin Lloyd won that Irish Masters, which was a ranked event back in
91.
2006. Beat Dennis Priestley in the final. And you might think, this all seems fairly mundane, the kind of thing that used to happen around the time where Lloydie was
98.
a match play champion. Yeah, but the very last leg of the tournament, the one that won him the title, was a 9-darter.
100. Darren Everett 100.
Very last leg of the tournament.
The little fish is on offer. The little fish isn't got.
Ted to require 106.
Brown has had a dart to break. Evetts looking at 160 to re-establish his lead at 2-1. He missed darts to go 2-0 up in this game. But he may find himself behind in a couple of moments' time.
140. Darren Everett 25. Game show on the
Very
third leg.
good.
Darren Brown.
Right in the middle, doing Norfolk proud and himself.
Fourth leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on. 100.
We had a dart player in this building last year who was from a place in the United States not far from Norfolk. Stowe Bunce. If you're watching Stowe,
57.
we miss you. And we miss our North American friends, don't we? Can't wait to see Jeff Smith again.
99.
Last time I saw Jeff Smith, he wasn't even in this country.
$180.
Was it? Technically? Of sorts?
98.
I don't want to get into that political row.
Well, put it this way, I went on holiday and it turned out Jeff Smith was staying in the same hotel, enjoying the same holiday as me.
Was it an accident that he was there? Or were you just
180.
trying to spend time with Jeff, which I wouldn't blame you if you were. He's fabulous company.
96.
Ted knows a thing or two about spending a lot of
84.
time with Canadians. One of his best friends is Canadian player Dawson Marshall, who doesn't tend to play a lot of darts anymore. But Ted does.
62. Darren Everett 108.
And Ted doesn't take that leg right there. Well, think about this. You don't have to go treble 19.
But decided to anyway, and so Evetts will come back looking at double 11 to square this match back up at 2 apiece.
Yeah, he could have gone treble 17 for double 19.
56.
Always
Ted Everett
think
22.
laterally in this game.
Game show on the
Lateral,
fourth leg.
Ted goes.
Ted Evetts.
And so
Fifth
level we
leg,
are at
it's
2-2.
Ted
It's
to
definitely
throw
been a much
first. Game on.
tighter run thing today than it was on Monday and Tuesday.
59.
In Risa, the final qualifying matches for Euro Tour 3 are about to get underway. Christoph
81.
Ratajski warming up to face Dylan Slevin. Connor Scutt takes on Nico Springer. And Cam Crabtree takes on Radek
96.
Shagansky.
$60.
You know they're noted for liking cider in East Anglia, particularly in
80.
Norfolk. I once bought Mervyn King a bottle of very, very strong cider from Cornwall.
96.
He loved it. And a cider brand have actually sponsored an event in the past. And it was a rather specific sponsor, wasn't it?
58.
The Dry Blackthorn Cider Masters. And it was won by John Law on this day in 1983, 1986, and won by Eric
93.
Bristow in 1985. The darts didn't just boom in the
60.
early part of the last decade and into the 2020s. Back in the 80s, it was a big deal. We took those days for granted, you know.
74. Teddy Rock 148.
The original halcyon days of the sport. Evetts has had his halcyon days, but looking to find some more special moments in his career.
Running
Definitely at a
197.
crossroads. He admitted that on Monday with us in the studio. But Darren Brown is just enjoying every single
shot,
fiber
the fifth
of
leg.
this experience.
Darren
He
Brown.
takes out a 97 finish to break the throw of Evetts and lead 3-2.
Sick flag, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
Reece Collee is not liking what he's seeing.
81.
However, the tighter this game is, the better it is for Reece.
96.
Problem is, Reece Collee in game 14 has got Dave Wusi,
59.
and he's been a really good spoiler the last couple of days.
I think he's going to be an interested party in that group C.
180.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to put something here. It wouldn't be a surprise if we get the maximum
41.
5 players from Group A into Saturday, because David could be an interesting contender. One of Darren and Reece you'd fancy to get through if they get into C. The 2 players from A into B you'd give a good
90.
chance. But then you've got players like, and I rate Carl Wilson very highly, who could be a real disruptor. You've got Reece Robinson, whose record here is good. McGeaney,
96.
always reliable.
135.
Jamie Owens, who of course has made a finals night in the past.
And he's won a Group A.
95.
Admitted that when he did play Group A and then made the 8-hour journey on the Saturday from Middlesbrough down to Portsmouth, that was a mistake.
180. Teddy Rock 140.
Evetts tops after 12.
Game
3-3.
shot the sick flag.
13 data.
Ted Evetts.
Let me put it in a
7
blunt
from
way.
final leg is Ted to throw first.
Somewhat.
Game on.
Walking into your kitchen in the middle of the night and not putting the light on and treading on some broken glass.
140.
That can be seen as a mistake. Travelling 8 hours. Must have taken the long road
140.
from Middlesbrough-ish to Portsmouth, going back and then coming back again.
100.
That's not smart. That's like Bill Davis, who beat John Part at the 2009 World
54.
Championship, beating John, going home to Philadelphia, and then coming back again after that. It just doesn't make any sense. So if you want to win, you've got to sacrifice a little bit of time away from home, and you've got to do it right.
57.
It's as simple as
Teddy
that.
Rock 161.
All part of the experience process. And this man is an experienced campaigner. And Ted Evetts has actually had to eke out every single
86.
bit of it here to come back from behind. And now he looks on the cusp of getting the better of Darren Brown. This is good news for Reece Collee. Just gives him a hope.
140. Teddy Rock
Evetts
175.
75 for 4-3 win. He's had to do it from behind. He had a chance to go 2-0 up in the match. It's seesaw one way than another.
35.
And Evetts has missed
Darren
a dart at
Rock
tops to
110.
get over the line. As Brown got something spectacular to finish. No, so Evetts will come back for tops to see the game off.
74. Teddy Rock 140.
Is it a double? But it's to leave a double. This double is to win. Not double 5 again. Oh, look, it's double 5 again. How many times
Ted
has Ted
Evetts.
Evetts today won a match, turned around, looked at his opponent and said, I'm not really sure how I did that. But the thing is, He's won 4 out of 4. And his last game today is going to be against Parry, and it will be to solidify his second spot. Because with that 90 average and a 4-3 win, Ted goes to 20 points.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow! Welcome back to Pluto TV and the exclusive MODUS Super Series darts channel, where the live action continues on this Wednesday afternoon. Before the break, we saw Ted Evetts get the better of Darren Brown by 4 legs to 3. This game 12 of 15 that we're bringing to you this afternoon exclusively live, and it sees David Wazuski and Ektoris Stylianou go toe-to-toe. These two, the bottom two in this Group A table, they will be adversaries again.
First
Group
leg, it's
C.
Ektoris to throw first.
On Thursday
Game
and
on.
Friday, Victorious, he is still searching for that first live lounge win.
2 more chances to get it in this group.
100.
Do you remember our Botswanan friend, Hilton Klein?
Triple H.
Yeah, he had to wait until Group C
100.
to get his first win, didn't he? But then when he got that first win, he was a totally different player.
Got the scalp of Jared Cole, if I remember correctly.
85.
Didn't he beat Richie Howson?
Yes, he did.
That was his first win.
45.
Yeah, Richie Housen would win that group, by the way. Because he'd win 8 games in a row after losing his first 2. And as if that's not bad enough,
85.
he would win 14 in a row last week. He's going to be really hard to stop at Purfleet this week.
He's that good that he don't even have to bother with the first round. He's got a bye straight through to Friday, 2-day tournament, which I think is
85.
perfect for him. Play on the Friday evening, all day Saturday, win a world title, get the star on your shirt, get out of there.
And be home in 5 minutes.
58.
Because he lives just around the corner.
131.
Put it this way, £5 Uber, there and back. I don't know how much Uber prices are in Essex, admittedly.
$79.
I think our Cypriot friend just had
100. Victoria
a bit of a mathematical
52.
error there. That's an execution error.
32. David, you broke 130.
Little bit all over the place, and it could be punished to the hilt here. If Wazuski can find double 18, it
77.
grazes the wire,
So we should
and so
require
it tours back for double
20.
10.
Well, this is the dart shirt he was wearing the first couple of days, isn't it? This is the OG shirt.
Game shot on the first leg.
And it's a 1-0 lead for
Stylianou.
Ectorus.
Second leg is David to throw first. Game on.
You know, this shirt, it's a bit like the side of that car in that cartoon movie.
95.
Cars.
And he'll be hoping to have a bit of ka-chow about him, won't he, David Wazuski?
I knew that was in your wheelhouse, so to speak.
One of my favourite films, that.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
41.
Dare I ask what you mean by that?
Yeah, have you seen any movies that weren't released after 2005?
45.
Yes. I've watched Frozen once.
You can't... Frozen?
I've watched Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah, that was after 2005 as well.
60.
Keep going. Just give me the spade back when you're finished with it.
140.
I'm pretty sure Wolf of Wall Street was after 2010. Seriously, Henry. Have you seen Home Alone?
Yes.
46.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, I have.
Good.
I've watched it most Christmases. It's usually on Channel 4 around about 4 on Christmas Day.
140.
Not that you're being specific or anything.
Wazuski 81 to
60.
level
David
this
Brockman,
contest
81.
up at 1 apiece. Will do anything in his power to
Game
leave
shot
double
the
18.
second leg.
And that time he hits.
David
1-1.
Wazuski. Third leg is Ectorus.
So far, this game's been a tale of 2 different legs. Stylianou, the better player in leg 1. And then David out of sight in leg 2.
You mentioned the World Seniors Championship gets underway this evening. It's a 7 o'clock start at the Circus Tavern in Purfleet.
140.
Jim McEwen will open up the show against John Part. Kevin Edwards will take on Mike Huntley after that. Paul Hogan against Simon Whitlock is probably the headline of the night.
44.
Whitlock making his seniors debut. And then Tony O'Shea against Lisa Ashton to round off the night.
Yeah, Hogan against Whitlock. That'll be fun.
100.
Crocodile Dundee against the Wizard. I bet there's going to be some Australian puns in that one from our esteemed colleague, Chris Murphy.
133. $81.
I think a lot of people think that Whitlock's going to roll in there and win it. You know, it's not that simple. Richie Burnett's there, Steve Beaton's there, Richie Housen's there, Robert Thornton, John Henderson, the defending champion. It's going to be tough.
45.
Mervyn King's in that tour, and he's playing well. He had some good numbers on the Pro Tour this week. He's going to be a lively
100.
contender, I feel. He's got Derek Coulson, though, in the first game, and I like the look of Derek. I like Derek a lot. I think he's a great player.
I don't think Mervyn knows a lot about Derek at all. He may
59. David, you require 80.
think that is a great draw. It isn't.
At the pace in 2. Wazuski Tots,
Game shown
2-1
the
break
third leg.
has been found
David Wazuski.
for Wazzy.
Full flag, it's David to throw first. Game on.
You know when Wazzy was getting this shirt designed?
60.
It had to start somewhere. It's so frantic. So he sat down at his kitchen table and he
46.
thought, well, what's going to be on this shirt? Well, there's going to be some fire. And then maybe he's seen an
41.
old episode of Saved by the Bell when they had the backing when they were starting the show and said, "Ooh, that looks quite good. How about that with some flames?" Because that's exactly what it is. You don't know what Saved by the Bell is.
43.
No, I don't.
It was important.
55.
It was a teenage sitcom back in the 80s and 90s. And everybody was very happy and nobody had a mobile phone and
133.
all the problems got solved within about 22 minutes.
60.
And the people were very pretty.
And of course, there's bundles of other series
31.
available on Pluto TV, such as Baywatch, that you can watch at your heart's content.
I do.
100.
I was a big fan of Baywatch growing up.
Great intro, wasn't it? Great intro.
You know that used to be the most watched program in the world.
Mm.
It was the most popular show in all of Germany for years.
180.
Not just because of David Hasselhoff either. And when he was looking for freedom
100. Hectorus requires
back in
68.
1989, Hectorus is now trying to play with freedom.
Well, this is to level this match up at 2G. He's been more competitive in games today than he has done all week long. And he's level here at 2-2. He's broken David back. And we have a best of 3 here.
Fifth leg is Hectorus to throw first.
Come on, give us some more channels on Pluto
Game.
TV then. This is CSI, isn't it?
Yes, you've got CSI. There's plenty that you can watch. Obviously, we want you to be watching the darts, obviously. But there's so much that you could... Well, you've got the A team.
41.
Like these guys. These are the A team.
Geordie Shaw.
No thanks.
Into reality TV.
That's such a bad reflection.
How about this? Dog the Bounty Hunter. Now, that was a show.
That was based in Hawaii, wasn't it? Or was it Florida? One of the two. Somewhere where the temperature was nice.
100.
Well, elsewhere on your featured channels, you've got Pluto 80s Action, Pluto Movies. You've got the Judge Judy channel. CSI New
81.
York and Miami. The South Park channel, which starts at 9 o'clock.
That's probably the right time for that to start. But don't watch that. Watch the darts tomorrow night. Because we are going to have Group B action from 10
72.
p.m. So you can watch South Park for an hour and then you can watch us.
85.
I challenge you. One day when you have a day off, Henry, I want you to watch Pluto TV's Twin Peaks channel. Just 2 episodes. I want you to see if you can actually make head nor tail of it. Because we never could.
100.
Oh, and Hell's Kitchen's on there. Now, that is a program.
So loud.
65.
Well, in Hell's Kitchen, you do get some rather large fish in there, which will be filleted, pan-fried, maybe tossed in a bit of salt and pepper and lemon juice.
And sometimes raw.
140. David Rick 170.
David Rozuski. Stylianou
60. Hectorus should require
doesn't know
48.
much at all about having 3 legs in the bank in a game. but he might have 3 here.
$38.
He
David
might
require
still have a
110.
chance.
Triple 18. Definitely going to be triple 18. Well, I decided to persevere then. I'm surprised because he loves double 18 that much that
Victoria
you would have thought after
require
dart 1 he'd
10.
head that way. But this for Victorious to lead 3-2.
And to get 3 legs in a game for the first time this week.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Well, he's getting
Victoria
better every
Stylianou.
day, and for the first time he finds himself in a position where he can
Severus
win a
David
game of
to throw
darts.
first. Game on.
What he's doing very effectively here, it's not just the doubles at 3 out of 6 for 50%.
60.
Is he's using the benefit of having the throw very well. He's got an average 10 fewer than that of David. But that doesn't mean anything. When you've got the darts, you can use them effectively.
45.
You can actually play a little bit less productive than your opponent and still win. That's what he's doing.
95. $39. $92.
He's going to be feeling nervous right now, isn't he? 2 games to go for the day. His best opportunity of a victory.
27.
It's right in front of him, and you can see the nerves right there. 9 darts thrown. He's only scored 111 points.
85.
And you can understand the panic. You can 100% understand it.
Yeah, because he wants the victory. He doesn't want to go through this group without a win. He doesn't know it yet,
44.
but he is learning so much about himself right now.
Well, the proof's in the pudding. Yesterday he was better than Monday, and today he's been better than Tuesday. It's all you can ask for in somebody, for them to
57.
be better every single time. And that's exactly what's happened here with Victorious. Wusi looking at 112. Looking to level up at 3 apiece.
56. David Brook 112.
Double 16.
80.
Well, it would have been ironic because he was hit with 2 of them finishes against Ted Evetts in his previous match.
140.
And now he'll be feeling nervous,
David
Wusi,
require
because Stylianou's on a
32.
finish to win the match. Double 16. 2 8s. Does
24.
not go.
Victoria should require 150.
Well, this would be something. Chance is gone.
76.
However,
David require 8.
He might get a chance,
Game
but
from the
doesn't.
6th
That
leg.
is right in the middle.
David Wusi.
Wazzy's got Reese Collee
7
in his last game in game 14.
To throw first. Game on.
Stylianou's got Brown. Evetts and Parry will go head-to-head next to finish up with a top 2 battle. That actually reminds me.
140.
Have we had, in the last couple of days, as well as today, the last game with the top 2 playing each other?
100.
Not for a while.
It happened on Monday. It happened yesterday with Parry and Collee. It's going to happen again. The top 2 playing each other in the last round
6.
every day.
Weird quirk of fate.
100.
Old school. Ton. Expect another one. Not that I'm calling a 48-year-old old school, but it's old school style darts. He actually said
100.
earlier on today that he was coming to the end. He's actually eligible for seniors
78.
at 48.
Victoria Stylianou has 6 darts to win this match.
27.
He went for the 18s. I can understand why.
$97.
Now he might be in a bit of bother. In moments like this, you just got to take your time. You got to breathe and go through a nice process.
60.
It can help
David,
you.
require 126.
So 126 is still on the menu. Victoria Stylianou is going to
59.
get
So
his
it's required
first shot
140.
to win this match. He's going to get an opportunity to win a game on the Super Series stage.
How many times has that happened, though? On those small ton plus checkouts.
42. David, it requires
Just the
67.
moment slightly getting the better of him. Wusi to drag himself out of the bar. He's going to have a dart at double 60 to
Game
win the
shot
match.
and the match.
Well, that was hard
David
work
Wusi.
for David Wusi, but he beats Victoria Stylianou by 4 legs to 3 to round off the 4th round of matches. Well, that the tail of the tape there. We're off for a break. Ted Evetts takes on Kurt Parry next.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
requires
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Gave wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
So we've got 3 more games to go on this Wednesday afternoon before the break day. Wusi beat Victoria Stylianou 4-3. Ted Evetts beat Darren Brown by the same scoreline, and Kurt Parry beat Collee 4-2. This is how the table looks. in terms of the league table, it is Kurt Parry's won the group, Ted Evetts in second position. That's all pretty much wrapped up. And so let's wrap this group up then, shall we? We've got 3 more games to go. Kurt Parry and Ted Evetts, a meeting of 1 and 2 now. And it was interesting that we were having a little bit of a chat in the advertisement break that you're enjoying on Pluto TV. And you were spotting a little bit of a trend and a pattern in terms of the last round of fixtures.
Yeah, this week, what we found with round 5 is that the top 2 in the table at the end of Monday.
First leg, it's Ted to throw first. Game on.
At the end of Tuesday and at the end of Wednesday. The top 2 have always played each other in the last round. And this is no different. And that is not going to change.
59.
No matter what the result. Ted could get to 22 points, but he's not going to get anywhere close to Kurt's leg
55.
difference. That has been something he can rely on for more than a day already.
58.
When Ted started playing development tour and things like that, he probably looked up to the likes of Kurt Parry. 4 years his senior.
180.
Looked like there was a bit of an inside joke on the stage there. We are not privileged.
140.
It's probably the fact that you said that Ted Evetts looked up to someone with his towering
60.
height. There's not many people that he physically could. Maybe Jimmy Van Schie.
Well, that's true. He is very tall. Core Decker.
58. Ted require 144.
Jimmy Van Schie will be the tallest dart player here this year.
92. Kurt require 152.
152 is not on offer for Kurt Parry to break, and so Evetts will return for the 52
Ted require 52.
to hold throw in leg 1. I'll have 2 darts in his hand, a double top.
Game shot on
Pins
the
the
first
tops,
leg.
no problem at all.
Ted
Evetts one up.
Second leg is Kurt to throw first. Game on.
Well, that's
120.
horrid bounce. I just got caught between the first 2 darts and then rejected out the board.
Here's an interesting
58.
one. How about the fact that these two have played each other in development tour darts before? Twice. Once in 2016, once in 2017. Both
60.
won by Ted Evetts. This week, games have been shared, 1 game all. But their second meeting was a semi-final on the 4th of November 2017. Ted won by 5 legs to 3. And he won the tournament,
140.
beating Rauby John Rodriguez in the final. And weirdly, Rauby John in the semi-finals beat Reece Collee.
95.
So 3 players from the semi-finals
88.
of Development Tour 18 in Wigan in 2017 are in this group.
What do they say about it being a small world?
57. Kurt, you require 93.
Well, it is after all.
Couldn't find the treble 14 there. Kurt Parry. So Evetts back. Looking at 154 to get the break of throw
61.
and open up a
Ted require 154.
2-0 lead in this contest. Not to be this time. Parry back for 32. Back for
64.
parity is
Kurt
Parry.
require 32.
It's been
Game's
that
on the
kind of
second
day
leg.
where games
Kurt
have gone
Parry.
nip and tuck. And this one all square at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Ted to throw first. Game on.
That event that Ted Evetts won was his first Development Tour title. Let's dial it back a little bit. Let's see who was in the quarterfinals
60.
as well, because there are some very familiar names there as well. Reece Hayden, tall
60.
left-hander, if my memory serves me rightly. I think he's played at Lakeside as well. Harry Ward. Big H.
60.
He's pretty tall. Josh Payne. He's been here.
140.
And Mike De Decker, the World Grand Prix champion. It's amazing when you look back, the perspective you can get
100.
from tournaments that have been won by certain people. Who'd have thunk,
89.
even back in 2017, that these two players would be in Portsmouth playing on a live streamed event like this, and that Mike De Decker will be a World Grand Prix
90.
champion 7 years later. Interesting stuff.
Well, Kurt Parry's beginning to make his move here. Max there leads himself on 32 after 12 to get the break and open up a 2-1 lead.
77.
Evetts
So it
left
requires
straggling
32.
behind. Double 8 barrel walkers this. He's got a couple of darts in the way. He was
60.
throwing that base more on
require
feel than anything
114.
else, and he wasn't too far away. And so Evetts looking at 114, and he's going to get a look at this. He's going to get a dart at double top to pinch the leg from Kurt Parry.
94.
But that was nowhere near.
Requires 16. Game shot.
That was beautifully used.
Kurt Parry.
Tremendous shot from Kurt Parry, who you
Well,
might be
gets Kurt to
surprised
go
to learn
first.
has
Game.
only ever won one development tour title back in 2013.
For
someone of his talent.
180.
That's unbelievable. He beat Dan Day in that final back in 2013. Dan would go on to play for England
58.
and also play at Lakeside. Beat Jason Marriott in the semi-finals. Jason, ye of the horrible dart shirts. Sorry, Jason.
45.
I'm curious about one of the names in the semi-finals of that event in March 2013, though. Someone by the name of
96.
Sean Littler.
$57.
You don't have to be a mathematician to know who that could be.
60.
Any relation?
What did those littlers amount to?
100.
One of them's done
Okay,
really well.
120.
120 for Kurt. Found the treble with the first. Tops.
80.
And again, because his
So they
darts kick
require
up,
146.
there was not a lot to see of that top. But he's going to come back unless Evetts could take out the 146. He was not up to that particular task. And so Parry, to
89.
open up daylight in this
140.
game, is looking at double top. 2 10s. Parry one
Game
away.
shot on the full flare.
He's opened up a
Kurt
3-1
Parry.
lead in this match, and he needs just one more from here to finish off a
Fifth
group-winning
leg, it's
campaign
Ted
of
to
a
throw
win.
First. Game on.
And he can head then to the Circus Tavern, feeling very, very glad about his work.
100.
You so know that the cameras are going to try and find Kurt out in the crowd now, don't you?
Yeah, of course they will.
180.
He's worth finding. Just one more thing on the surname Littler as well, because obviously we've talked a lot about Luke.
83.
Sean has come up, based on our research here today.
58.
But there's something else as well, because today, Karen Littler is 62.
94.
It's her birthday, and you think, just a relative? Actually, no. She's originally from Somerset. She played at the 2006 World Championship
100.
and has represented her country 3 times. Lost out to Trina Gulliver in the 2006
95.
Ladies Championship by 2-0. And of course, Trina would go on to win the title. So when you talk about the
85,
surname Littler,
129.
it is not just about Luke.
Is this leg going to be all about Ted? Double 12.
Game
Oh,
shot the
magnificent.
fifth leg.
It's another big
Ted
one.
Evetts.
It's his 4-ton plus checker of the day. And that is the biggest of the lot.
It's Kurt to throw first. Game on.
Now can you understand why he gets frustrated? Because sometimes he can make darts look so simple.
45.
That's why earlier, when he was playing against Stylianou and he was struggling to a 4-2 victory, you can
97.
get a sense of why now, because when he's playing like this, the game feels easy.
47.
I promise you it isn't. But he's using different rhythms,
96.
different paces. I don't know whether he's using different grips. He's trying to find a magical formula to move forward with. But I hope for his sake, by the end of this week,
59.
whatever the result, that Ted has got something he can take away from this week and run with.
We mentioned earlier, it's a big season for Ted.
174.
And he's beginning to hit some big, big stuff. 174 there, leads himself 134.
100. Teddy Rock 134.
On the back of the 129 in the previous leg.
47. $58. Teddy Rock 87.
Evetts 87 to take us all the way. It's been the story of the day. He's got 6 on this point. He's looking at treble 18 to leave himself double 8, and he's
No
bust the score. Not for the first time today has somebody bust double 8 by hitting double 11.
85. Teddy Rock 87.
So we go again.
Game shot on the sixth flag.
Is that the third time we've seen that today? Someone busting a shot and then taking it the next time.
7th and final leg.
Kurt
It's
Parry looks a
Ted
bit
to throw
bemused.
first. Game on.
One more leg between these two. It could be the last time they play this week. Because if Ted doesn't make it through Group B,
137.
he won't have a chance.
100.
And whatever these guys do tonight,
125.
their feeling will be very different. One person's going to be kicking back and thinking, good job. The other one, still got a job to do. The mindset's when you go to sleep at night or when you're having your dinner amongst friends. It's different. It's, I've still got something to do. Or in the case of a Group A winner, you can kick back and say, I've accomplished something.
53. Teddy required 140.
And you can look further forward than the other players for the week.
Well, that would have been some way to have sealed. He has got 6 from here, his Ted. And he's going to come back for tops after 12 again, on throw, shall I say, in the final leg to get over the line. For Kurt Parry, well, he did his job earlier on today. He won the group at a canter. But Ted Evetts is going to be the man that finishes his campaign with a win. He will beat the Welshman by 4 legs to 3. Now, this is how strange things are for Ted Evetts. He has had a sublime passage through Monday and Wednesday, but then Tuesday just did not work out at all. Such a strange group for him. But he'll take that win nonetheless. 4-3. Got better as the day went along. He'll be back tomorrow night. Dave Wusi and his Collee is coming up next. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful beautiful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have got 2 more games to go on this Wednesday afternoon session. We kick off the final couple of matches of a meeting between David Wusi and Reece Collee. Now, for David, it's shirt number 5 from 5 today for him. He's certainly had his 5 a day here at the Live Lounge. Up against Reece Collee, who hasn't changed from that changed blue strip with a claret background on it.
First
As for
leg,
David,
it's
he's
to throw
ending the day
first.
in a red
Game
and black
on.
striped shirt, black trousers, black shoes.
It looks like he's wearing a
55.
uniform that was possibly worn at the UKDA Championships. I wonder if
94.
he was representing the Kent Super League team that could have won that event. I'm just speculating.
100.
And judging by the star on it, maybe they won something.
27.
Well, the first person who comes to mind when I see Welling is our first ever series champion, Mr. Whitehead, who celebrated his birthday this week.
85.
There's someone you want in your team. He's not only a good player, he's a great team person.
85.
Surprised the Welling United football team haven't used him as a motivational speaker yet.
Yeah, he could scare them
91.
into winning.
Definitely put you into shape, wouldn't he? The Wings of the National League South. I think they're down the bottom end of the
139.
league this year.
David Evetts 170.
Of course you know that.
Wusi looking at 170. He's looking at another one of them. He's looking at the bull. And he was the whip for a while away from the fish.
156.
That would have been something else if
100.
Collee had found that.
David required 25.
9 for double 8.
No score.
Ouch.
Risha required 56.
This is now a great chance for Collee to take the lead. It is now. Well
Game
done.
shot on the first leg. Reese Collee. Second leg, it's Reese to throw first. Game on.
By my counting, I think that makes Reese Collee safe for Group B.
83.
He's got a leg difference
100.
now that even if he was to lose 4-1, I think he's okay, but one more leg will definitely get it done.
100.
Just win the game. That's what you've got to say to yourself. Win the game, be in Group B with Ted Evetts. Okay, we didn't win, but not a bad job.
43.
Everything else looks after itself from that point onwards. Already looking forward to Group B tomorrow night. 10 o'clock tomorrow evening. Seems like a long
92.
time away. But it will quickly catch up with us. And you can catch the action here.
140.
Live and free on Pluto TV. Suppose we could create a catchphrase for that.
56.
If it's live and it's free, it has to be Pluto TV.
58.
You might want to get that
Reach required
contract drawn up and
170.
the royalties sent to you before anybody nicks that. That's quite good.
48. David require 160.
Wusi looking at 160 to square this match up at one apiece. Not going to go this time. Collee 1-2-2 for 2-zip.
100. Reach require 122.
That treble 18 is not the hardest to find from that angle. See? How about his bullseye?
Game
Yeah, it's rather
shot
good.
The second leg. Reese Collee.
That's a Collie wobble in a good way.
Third leg
That's
is
like a
David
Reese
to throw
panna cotta.
first. Game on.
Every panna cotta needs a good wobble.
100.
Henry doesn't know what I'm talking about. So let's have another
85.
game of strange darting names, shall we? Because we were talking about Karen Littler a little bit earlier on. In that
100.
tournament that she made, the 2006 World Championship Women's Tournament, there was actually somebody else in that
134.
event. The first ever Swiss player to make Lakeside, both male or female.
89.
A lady by the name of Sabine Butler von Ruffs-Backlin. It's the kind of name that needs Dame in front of it.
57.
Yeah, Sabine, who is now 53,
42.
played in the World Masters 7 times between 1992 and 2007. Won the French Open in 2002.
85. David require 170.
Beating another incredible name in the final. A lady by the name of Beatrix
98.
Crockle Zimmerman.
Reach require 140.
We're going deep.
60. David requires 72.
Wusi looking at 72 to reduce the gap back down to 2-1.
Ah, you can't miss your singles though, can you, Dave?
36. Reach require 80.
Is he looking at tops? I said tops.
70.
He doesn't get the
David
second
require
one. And
36.
when you get the first one on that shot, you think you've got to get the second one.
Game shot on the third leg.
Wusi and
David
Double 18
Wusi.
have been a reliable partnership at points today. And he brings it back to 2-1.
Fourth leg is Reese to throw first.
Collee
Game
still has that advantage of throw. Needs to cash it in here.
But Collie is safe.
60.
He cannot be overtaken in third position now. So Darren Brown
140.
is going to be dangerous in Group C with Wusi alongside Hector Stylianou.
140.
Come on, Henry. What's your favourite sporting name then? It's probably going to be football, knowing you.
Yes, it is
22.
football. Jan Venegorv Hesselink. Played for Hull City in the Premier League.
85.
And his name was that big that the typeface went literally all around his shirt.
They could have just
121.
had an acronym. Bit like Pierre van Hooydonk.
60.
Back in a beautiful time of Barclays.
60. Reach for 156.
Collee,
This will be beautiful.
yeah, you can't take out the 156. Azuski.
100.
158. He's going to have to take it out because Colley's left himself on double 8 here.
This game could be getting away from him
98. Reach for
if Colley's to find this. Strong position.
Game
And
shot
double
on
2
four
gives him a
flair.
3-1 advantage.
Collee. Fifth flair gets David to throw first.
Now, one of the things that we're going to be talking about, maybe for the rest of the year, is that Ted Evetts had a perfect day on Monday. He's had a
45.
perfect day today, and he hasn't won Group A.
40.
That happened quite a lot in his last game yesterday. Darts on the floor in successive visits.
85.
If that's going to happen, get them out the way on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. You do not want them on a Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
58. 100.
Just how many of these players are going to be going to the World Seniors tonight? Is it just Kurt Parry?
I definitely know Kurt's going to be there. I know that there's been part of the conversation in the practice room about a
93.
potential trip for a few of the players up there. I'll tell you what, it'd be great for Victorious to go up there to Purfleet,
57.
go and experience some of that. Probably not had the opportunity ever to do so before.
100.
Yeah, life's too short not to go there and experience it at least once. And the same could be said of this place. If you've hummed and hawed about, should I go and watch the
100.
MODUS Super Series?
David requires 78.
Well, just do it. It doesn't cost very much, only a $5.
58.
And you get to watch
Reach
darts
require
so close up.
146.
People like Rhys Collee, a World Open champion.
96. David requires 20.
Zuski looking at double 10 to make it 3-2. Oh, he's getting closer, but he has to move across. All he needs is a glance off the barrel of this.
No score.
That was what he was trying to do, but
Reach
couldn't
require
find.
50.
And so Collee for 4-1. Double top
Game
to round
shot
off his
and the
campaign of a win.
match. Rhys Collee.
It has been a real mixed bag for Rhys Collee in this Group A, but what he has done with that win against David Wusi is guaranteed he'll be here tomorrow night in Group B. These two will tread different paths for the rest of the week. This is the turn of the tape. Collee winning by 4 legs to 1. Coming up next, our last game of the session is Darren Brown against Stylianou.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the hockey with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gave wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
It's the final match here in this Group A, and it sees Darren Brown and Stylianou go toe-to-toe here on the Super Series stage. Game 15 of 15 on this Wednesday afternoon here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. A group which has already seen Parry win. 22 points to his name. Ted Evetts narrowly missing out despite picking up that complement of points himself. He completed the card on 2 days, but 4 defeats on Tuesday ultimately cost him the opportunity of automatically making it through to Saturday night's final. Darren Brown, well, his hopes of Group B have come to a close, but he's looking to close out this group with a win against Stylianou. He's got one more chance here to win a game in Group A. He came the closest as he has at any point in his previous match against Dave Wusi, getting to 3 legs for the first time in a contest.
140.
But Darren Brown here, considering that he could think, well, this is a dead rub and go through the motions, it's kicked off blisteringly.
41.
And somewhat blissfully.
60.
No matter what group you're in or the situation that you're in, it's always nice to end on a win.
41. Darren number 123.
What's more, you don't want to be the person that ultimately lost to Ectorus. This is not the first time in a Group A situation in this series where someone has been in Ectorus' shoes. Bradley Roos was. He'd lost 14 of 14. He'd end up losing his 15th.
100. Darren number 198.
Well, Brown looking at 98 to bolt the doors shut in leg 1. Went directly for the double 19.
82.
Will come back for 2 8s. Now, this has been a double that's had a bit of trepidation, hasn't it, over the course of the day for the players? It's been buzzed on the double 11, it's been buzzed on the double 16, the single 16, and pretty much any way possible.
Game shot on the first.
Neil Brown, no mistakes there.
In your face, Henry. He gave him every chance to bust it there, and he said, I'm not going to do that.
Game on.
By the way, a little bit of trivia for you from a good friend of mine. Connor's just texted in, saying Jan Vennegoor Hesselink and Pierre van Hooydonk both played for Celtic.
Indeed. Martin O'Neill days, wasn't
41.
it?
Sounds right. Well, what can you say about Celtic last night? My word. I was watching that game thinking, John Henderson's watching this with his head in his hands, and every Celtic fan should be very proud of their team because they were awesome last night against Munich. They And I'm talking
38.
about Munich. They were fortunate.
I know that there's a few happy Feyenoord fans that play at the Super Series, including the likes of Danny Van Tripe.
133.
They went through against the 7-time winners AC Milan last night. Meanwhile, there's also been success on the Euro Tour for Mario van den Bohada,
45.
Christopher Tajski, Radek Shagansky, Karol Sedlacek, Willie O'Connor, Nico Springer, Thibaut Chacol, Robert Owen, Matt Campbell, and Thomas Lovely, who qualified for
48.
ET3. Springer averaged 111 to qualify.
Are you surprised by that? Because we're not. When he was here last year, he was a revelation. And it's just a shame that Nico was only here
99.
for 3 days. He's just so good to watch. And when he plays in Risa, he's going to be so the favourite in the crowd on that Friday. I wish him every
58.
success. I adore Nico Springer. I think he's awesome.
$100.
Well, after a blistering start, it's just slowed down a little bit against the darts here for Darren Brown, but he wrestles his
100.
authority back with that ton. Victorious, unable to really apply
40.
severe pressure to
Darren
his
required
opponent from
120.
Norfolk. Treble 20 tops. Well, decides to go ball. The treble bed was blocked, and then he
Game
finds a
shot
couple
the
of bullseyes.
second leg.
Absolutely brilliant
Darren
from Darren Brown. That really was magic from him. Ball after the treble
Third
was
leg is
blocked at the
Darren to
beginning of the
throw
120
first.
combo, and he leads by 2 legs to 0.
Why do I get the feeling he's done that before? Because he didn't even crack a smile when he was going for
100.
that. Exceptional stuff from Brown.
43.
And maybe that's one of those spots where he realises he's not going to make it into Group B, but he's going to show everybody in Group C what he's all about.
Well, it was a
29.
practical play. You could see from the angle of dart 1 that there was not a lot of the treble 20 bed to see. And we've seen it before in other instances where players decide actually the better route, the better ploy to go ball.
95.
In that particular scenario, you've not got anything in the way of what you're going for. So it actually makes sense. There's no showmanship, no showing off about it. It's a pragmatic play.
59.
Oh, absolutely, because you've only got 2 routes for 100 with 2 dots. It's not like you've got any other options.
So players persevering on
93.
80 when the 20s are blocked. There's other places you can go. 98, 48 bull if you have to.
42.
It's about being street smart about certain situations, and Darren Brown was there, and he's got his rewards for it.
81.
Now this tells me something. Anybody who starts on 19s on
86.
271 has got my vote. Because they obviously watch a lot of darts and they've learned that that makes sense. That tells me that Darren is very astute.
59.
And if you're not starting on 19s on 271, ask yourself, why not?
145.
Blistering.
Victoria should require 130.
Do you know what? Big finishers get a lot of credit. That gets a lot of credit as well. Because you can't do any better than that.
40. Darren require 40.
So Darren Brown stares at tops for 3-0. 2 10s. In
Game's on the
control,
third
in
leg.
command,
Darren Brown.
and into a 3-0 lead.
Fourth leg is Victorious to throw first. Game on. $55.
Not looking good for Ektoris to get off the mark in this group. He's going to have to wait until tomorrow afternoon. And you never know, because some people prefer to start in the
58.
afternoon. That's one of the reasons why Group C is better for some players.
Well, the proof's been in the pudding in this series.
180.
More like it, Ektoris. More like it, my friend.
60.
You've already got friends in Southern Europe.
Yeah.
You're going to be going to Cyprus next with
43.
Nicolau and Stylianou on a night out.
Oh, a night out in Limassol sounds like a night that may turn into the next
84.
morning. Not as wild as it is further south in Gibraltar, where I was sunning myself up last winter, or last autumn even.
23.
Really wish I hadn't said anything.
Well, Darren Brown is looking to have the last word. What a setup. 174 to leave 125.
Unbelievable. First the 145 to leave tops, now the 174 to leave 125. Darren, if you please. I really thought he was going to go for 2 bulls at the end of that one.
I mean, that was perfectly placed,
29.
wasn't it? That 25. If you were to stick it in the board, you'd stick it there. 20 tops. Not to be, and so Darren Brown now has an opportunity to see the game through.
Come on. We want a Shanghai on 16s. I'm going to have to settle for him leaving tops.
56.
But it had to be double-double because, again, the placement of the first dart. Stylianou to get on the board is looking at 70. 20 for tops. Doesn't go. And so Darren Brown to round the day off. Double top for a 4-0 win. And double top is bound for comprehensive success to round off his day. These two will be adversaries again in Group C on Thursday and Friday afternoon. Darren Brown, when he's had a real positive Group A campaign, but just outwitted by some experienced campaigners just above him in the league table. Brown beats Nicolau by 4 legs to 0 in the final game of the session. The 120 finish, the highlight, with a couple of bullseyes in there. Brown 4, Stylianou 0. It's a Group A which was won by Kurt Parry. 22 points was enough with a healthy legs difference to get him over the line. Reaction and analysis from myself and Paul Nicholson is coming up next here on Pluto TV. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation
for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor. One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have completed the action here in Group A, where it was won in the end by Kurt Parry. Ted Evetts got to 22 points, but his results on Tuesday meant that he missed out on a chance to automatically qualify for Saturday evening's final. We can confirm that now by having a look at the table. Kurt Parry winning on legs difference, 22 points, and a very healthy legs difference, plus 29. He won 56 legs as well in that group. A very, very healthy exchange. Reece Collee, the other player to make it through to Group B, while Darren Brown will have to play the afternoon session on Thursday and Friday. David Wusi and Hector Stylianou round off that particular group. And I'm happy to say that Kurt Parry is with myself and Paul Nicholson here in the studio to assess upon his exploits in Group A. Kurt, many congratulations. It was an interesting Group A. How would you describe it?
Obviously happy to come through Group A because it was a good group. Disappointed how I played, really, even though I've won games. I'm not best pleased with my performances, so it's a bit, I'm sort of in the middle at the minute.
Did the performances feel a little bit up and down at times?
Yeah, and in the games as well, you know, like especially against Ted in our last game. Started well, felt like I was in control, and then nothing. Just couldn't find anything, really. Lost focus and can't really understand why, but it happens a lot. So it's something I got to try and figure out.
We were saying in commentary that it felt like a group which was just swinging one way or another. No one really managed to truly settle, did they?
No, I don't think so. Even on Monday when Ted was winning 5 out of 5, he didn't look particularly pleased with the way he was playing. This was a dogged group, and someone who was going to be able to dig deep was going to win it. But we were just saying off air that this is an historic Group A because the first time someone's had 2 perfect days and not won the group. But I think the one thing that Kurt's got to take forward is that he won a lot of legs, and at times his best was there. It's just about ironing out the creases a little bit.
And I suppose, is that something with the 2 days off you'll be able to do, just to kind of, even though you're happy with the Group A win, but you can kind of just decompart some certain stuff?
Yeah, well, I don't really know where I'm going wrong because I don't feel like I do anything different, but I haven't managed to figure it out in the last, I don't know how many years, so I don't know what's going to happen in the next 2 days, but I just hope something changes soon and I can just find a bit of form.
Is it a feel thing? Is it something just doesn't feel comfortable?
Yeah, I haven't felt comfortable playing for a little while now, and I don't know if that's down to my darts or, you know, something, if diet, I don't really know. It's something that I've got to try and figure out because I'm not really going to progress if I carry on doing and being inconsistent, and that's how I feel anyway.
It's a bit of a scary prospect when you think about it. You're not comfortable. You don't think you're playing well, but you still won the group. If you're feeling good and playing well, is it fair for us to say that nobody stands a chance?
You'd like to think so. You can never outright say that, can you? But I do feel like I can beat anyone if I'm comfortable and if I feel like things are going my way. But again, I could feel comfortable and feel on top of the world, but someone could come and stop me, you know. It's darts, that's the way it goes.
You feel like, you said that if you play like this, you feel like you're not going to make progression. Where would you say your game is at this present moment in time?
All over the place, to be honest. It's I can throw good legs, and even checkouts. I had a couple of 10+ checkouts this week, but it's just this patchy, and yeah, it's frustrating.
Well, let's talk about the positive. This is the moment you got over the line and qualified. Had to dodge a couple of bullets here from Reece Collee to make it 3-3. And then when it came to the 76, there was a real clinical nature about this out.
Yeah, I just want to do that more, though. You know, it's giving people opportunities, and like against David today, those 6 starts to win that game, that would have seen me a bit more comfortable, you know, and it took me a little while to come back from that because I was really frustrated with that. But again, no rhyme or reason to it. It just doesn't go.
Kurt's in his 30s now. I'm sure he doesn't want me to mention that.
Early
He's always going to be younger than us, though. When it comes to his progression, though, I think in this generation, a lot of people want something to happen now. Kurt's done great things. Champion of Champions win. That's always a good sign if you win it early in your career. But if you can figure out things incrementally, things might happen when you're 35 or 40. Just look at Johnny Clayton, for instance, the fellow countryman of Kurt. He didn't figure it out really until he was around 40. But when he figured it out, my word, when you get that magic formula of the diet that makes you feel the most energetic and ready, and when you get the amount of practice right, which is something I'm sure he's toying with, when you get everything right, the ingredients are there. It's just about putting them together.
Is that it? Finding that eureka moment for yourself?
I think so, yeah. I think back when I was like 17, 18, 19, that's probably when I was probably playing my best stuff. But I don't know what I was doing different then to really what I was doing now. But it's just trying to find it. And I hope I find it soon because it's frustrating.
And is it a difficult blend? Because you can sometimes be found guilty, or players can, when they've had a good youth career and then they move into the senior game, try and chase what was there before. You try and find all the formulas. Is there a mixture between finding out what was right there, but also what works for you now?
Yeah, I think so. I think maybe that's where a lot of my frustration comes from as well. So I feel like I was better then, and because I don't feel like I'm doing it now, I think that's part of the frustration maybe. Because I think, well, I could do it before. I should be better now, realistically, but I don't feel like I am. So I think that's where a lot of it does come from.
Yeah, I think the most important thing moving forward is you've got to be the best version of yourself now. You cannot be a better version of what was before because you can't change it. Reading so many books about philosophy and psychology, you learn this about yourself, that you can only worry about the now. It's very much a cliche in sport that you can only win your next game. But if you can be the best version of yourself in the next 2 minutes, and the 2 minutes after that, and the 2 minutes after that, then you can build something that everybody wants, which is confidence and consistency. We're always building towards something. We never have everything. It's as simple as that. It's a question of acceptance and the ability to move on.
Kurt, we'll have another chat with you in just a second. Myself and Nico will round up everything else that has happened today. And first of all, a word for Ted Evetts. 22 points, 2 days where he completed the card, but it was Tuesday where it was let down for him. It cost him ultimately.
Yeah, this is one of the days where I wish we had a big brother, big chair room, because I'd want to know the thoughts of Ted as soon as he comes off the stage at the end. He's probably head in hands thinking, I don't really know what's just happened over the last 3 days. How many players get 2 perfect days? Well, I can tell you, when they do, they win the group. But now we know that it can happen where it doesn't win the group. So Ted will be frustrated, but 22 points is still 11 wins from 15, and his battling qualities will be carried through to Group B now.
In terms of Reece Collee, he's got himself into Group B, but would it also be fair to say that he hasn't quite got going yet?
Very fair to say. His first game of the day has been very, very close to poor for his standards. We're talking about someone with elite titles in the WDF system. So if we get a chance to speak to Reece, maybe tomorrow, it'll be interesting to find out what he thought of his early games. And going into Group B, that's got to be a positive because he'll have more time to work into that first game.
In terms of Darren Brown, can he feel a little bit hard done by that he's playing the afternoon session tomorrow?
No, I don't think so. I think there was a dogfight to see who was going to be in Group B. I mean, even Kurt at one stage, we were thinking at the halfway point of the group that maybe Group B or Group C could have been his. But someone had to go into Group C with Wusi and Stylianou. it was always going to be someone of strength. And Darren has shown how strong he is. And I don't think anybody in Group C can take him lightly.
And in terms of David, what can he take out of this group going into the rest of the week?
Well, ask Kurt that very question, because from our point of view, he looked really dangerous. If you came off the top of your game a little bit, he was ready.
Well, let's have a look then at the tournament bracket. We've reached that stage of the week now where we're going into double session territory. Kurt Parry, the winner of Group A. Group B is what we're going to watch tomorrow night. You'll see Ted Evetts and Collee drop in alongside Reece Robinson, Mark McGeaney and Jamie Owens. That looks like an exciting affair. Whilst in Group C, Ricky King, Carl Wilson and Dan Nichols are the players that will come in. Darren Brown, David Wazuski and Stylianou will be those involved. And you look at that Group B, Paul, and it really does jump off the page, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. I can't wait for a game with Collee and Robinson having a Reece derby. But when you throw Jamie Owens in there, there's a little bit of extra spice, isn't there? So I can see that being a really dramatic Group B on Thursday and Friday night to see who joins this man.
And for you, Kurt, your record here is fairly good. You make it to more finals nights than you don't. You're into another one now.
Yes.
How much would you like to turn what have been semi-final appearances into something a little bit more?
Yeah, like the first interview we done, it's about trying to progress, and I think, well, definitely making a final would be a progression, but I want to go more than that. You know, I don't come here to just turn up to finals night and be involved. I want to win. You know, so hopefully, if I can tighten up, things will maybe come my way.
Well, surely you're not going to be in another 9-dart shootout.
I wouldn't rule it out, to be honest. I do enjoy them.
And you're enjoying the darts so much that you're heading to the tavern, aren't you, tonight, I hear?
Yes, going to go up and have a look. Mike Huntley's playing in there. He lives close to me, so go show him a bit of support and, yeah, just keep myself busy because I'll get bored sitting in the hotel, so...
Well, enjoy the tavern, enjoy Purfleet. We shall see you on Saturday night. I shall see you tomorrow afternoon to see Group C get underway. Well, what a dramatic Group A we have seen here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Kurt Parry winning up in the end. Plenty coming up, though, across Pluto TV once we're done with the live action. And you can see the world #1 and the former world champion in a special programme called Luke Humphreys at the Live Lounge. This was where Luke was with us last summer, recording a number of segments for the programme. You can see him take on things such as the Bullseye Challenge, exclusive interviews, and plenty of other content involving Cool Hand there. We'll also have replays of other sessions as well throughout the course of the night. But from all of us here, thank you so much for tuning in. As far as Group A was concerned, it was Kurt Parry that managed to get over the line. He managed to evade Ted Evetts in the end. We shall see you tomorrow from 1 o'clock for the beginning of Group C. But until then, thank you for watching. Bye-bye for now.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And that was it. And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty